What if the greatest empire of its time was built on whispers of betrayal and blood-soaked ambition? Can you hear the echoes of 1,000 secrets clashing like swords in a moonless night? The Maurya Empire, a name that rolls off the tongue like honey yet conceals a darkness that would make the gods shudder. This isn't history, this is a theater of the absurd where power is a game, and the stakes. Life itself. Picture a land where every smile hides a dagger, where loyalty is a mirage in the scorching desert of greed. Chandragupta Maurya, the audacious king who seized a throne from a tangle of shadows. How? By allying with a master of subterfuge, a strategist whose cunning could outwit a serpent. Enter Chanakya, the kingmaker, a man whose eyes sparkled with the madness of 1,000 chess games, each move calculated, each pawn sacrificed. He played the empire like a virtuoso. The only question was, who would be left standing at the end of his symphony? Imagine a banquet, lavish with gold-dusted dishes and the scent of spiced meats wafting through the air, yet beneath the opulence lies a cauldron of plotting. A child sings while the men scheme, a queen's laughter ripples like a silver dagger. What happens when alliances fracture, and the scent of blood intoxicates the air? Will you cheer for the rise of a hero, or weep for the silent ghosts of those who dare to oppose him? The Maurya Empire doesn't just breathe history, it gasps in horror. Every corner conceals something sinister. Assassins linger in shadows, whispers of conspiracy slide through the halls of power. The kings and queens dance their deadly waltz, spinning tales that would make even the most jaded bard drop his goblet in awe. Do you dare step into this world where every throne is a precarious perch and every crown is stained with treachery? Here lies the kernel of truth. The Maurya Empire was not merely built on conquest, it thrived on the vibrant chaos of human ambition, the spark of dreams laced with nightmares. With elephants charging into battle and warriors adorned in armor gleaming like the sun, the stakes skyrocket beyond imagination. What of the rebels? What of the kings who dared to stand against the tide? The past isn't a relic, it's a living, breathing entity that gnashes its teeth at the faint-hearted. Think you can handle the weight of these secrets? This is no fairy tale, it's a blood-soaked narrative that leaves no room for innocence. The Maurya Empire awaits, its heart pounding with the rhythm of intrigue, its soul a tapestry woven with the threads of madness. So, what are you waiting for? Will you step into the arena where heroes fall and legends are born, or will you turn away, forever haunted by the echoes of what could have been? The choice is yours, but remember this, the shadows whisper, and they never forget. The air crackles with tension, thick and cloying, as the sun dips beneath the horizon, an ominous blood-red orb sinking into a sea of darkness. The shadows elongate, stretching like the fingers of forgotten ghosts reaching out for something lost, something precious. In the heart of the bustling city of Pataliputra, a woman stands on the edge of a crumbling balcony, her heart hammering against her ribcage, a caged bird desperate for freedom. Dugo, fierce and unyielding, clutches a fragrant garland of marigolds, each petal a soldier in her fight against fate, against the suffocating expectations of a world that demands her silence. She remembers the stories of her ancestors whispered in the dark, tales of warriors and queens, of blood and betrayal. She remembers the sharp taste of fear that lingers like smoke in her throat. Each breath she takes is heavy with the weight of her lineage, her mother, a mere spectre in her life, trapped in the chains of tradition, and her father, a distant figure of authority, his dreams as fragile as the garland she now holds. They bathed once a year, she chuckles bitterly at the absurdity of it all. So yeah, romance was earthy. But tonight is different. Tonight, the air hums with the promise of rebellion, pulsing through the cobblestone streets like a heartbeat. She can sense the stirrings of a revolution just beneath the surface, a tide swelling against the banks of a rigid caste system that threatens to drown her spirit. With each passing second, the distance between her heart and her destiny shrinks. Meanwhile, just a stone's throw away, in a dimly lit room, a man named Arjun sharpens his sword, the metallic scrape echoing like whispers of a forgotten past. The fire crackles in the hearth, casting dancing shadows that flicker across the walls, morphing into phantoms of doubt. Arjun's hands tremble, not from fear, but from an insatiable urge to carve his name into the annals of history. I remember, he whispers to himself, when the earth beneath my feet trembled with the cries of the oppressed. His thoughts drift to the tales he heard as a child, stories draped in the rich tapestry of valor and sacrifice, but now they feel like chains binding him to a destiny he never chose. The ghosts of those who fought before him loom large, their eyes demanding action, their blood seeping into the soil of his very existence. What is a man without courage, he muses, anger blazing in his chest. But courage comes at a price paid in blood, in loss, in love. As the moon rises, cloaking the city in silver, the streets pulsate with energy. The air is electric, charged with the murmurs of citizens gathering, their hearts beating as one, like a war drum thudding in the distance. Dugas feels it in her bones, the call to arms, the swell of a tide ready to break free. She glances at the marigolds, vibrant and alive, and presses them to her heart. Can I? Will I? Her voice trembles, a prayer to the cosmos, echoing through the night. In the shadows, a figure watches, Siddharth, a scholar whose mind is a labyrinth of dreams and philosophies, the weight of knowledge pressing down on him like a storm cloud. He stands at the precipice of despair, torn between the dusty scrolls of wisdom and the chaotic cries of the people. The world spins on the axis of truth, he had once proclaimed, but truth can be a double-edged sword, cutting deeper than any blade. What is the price of knowledge, he wonders, feeling the ghosts of his teachers hovering, their voices mingling with the cries of the revolution outside. Is it worth the blood spilled on the cobblestones? He longs for peace, yet his heart beats in rhythm with the uprising, a drum calling him into the fray. He remembers the hushed conversations with Dugas, their laughter mingling with the scent of jasmine, a fleeting escape from the weight of expectation. As the night deepens, Dugas, Arjun, and Siddharth's paths converge in a moment pregnant with potential. The city becomes a battlefield, but not of swords and shields, no, this battle is fought in the hearts of its people. They gather in the shadows of ancient trees, the moonlight casting a silver glow, illuminating the faces of the hopeful, the brave, the broken. I remember the taste of fear, whispers a voice among them, igniting the air with passion. Each person stands as a symbol of defiance, a flickering flame in the darkness. But tonight, we rise. The chant reverberates through the streets, a mantra echoing against the crumbling walls, seeping into the cracks of an old society. Dugas's heart pounds in her ears, a battle cry of its own, as she steps forward, her marigold garland spilling from her hands like the tears of 1,000 women who came before her. We are not just flesh and bone, she declares, eyes ablaze. We are the dreams of every mother who wished for more, every daughter who yearned for freedom. Her voice pierces the night, a shimmering blade of hope cutting through despair. But shadows linger, whispering fears of the consequences that follow. Arjun's grip on his sword tightens, the weight of his decisions heavy in his chest, while Siddharth watches, caught between the echoing calls of revolution and his longing for peace through knowledge. In this crucible of emotion, they stand, three souls intertwined in a tumultuous struggle, each a mirror reflecting the fears and dreams of the others. The sky holds its breath, the stars flickering like the pulse of the universe, watching, waiting. And in that moment, the air thick with anticipation, everything hangs in the balance. The stage is set, the players poised, as history shifts beneath their feet, a tide crashing against the shores of the mundane. Every heartbeat counts, every whisper echoes, as the revolution stirs, ready to engulf them all. The night is alive, their stories unfurling, weaving a tapestry rich with conflict, emotion, and the promise of what lies ahead. The dawn broke like a shattered promise, the sun clawing its way through the thick shroud of mist that clung to the earth like a desperate lover. In the distance, the cacophony of birds pierced the silence, a haunting reminder of life and all its fragile beauty. But here, in the heart of a city destined for greatness and ruin, the air was thick with dread. Chandragupta, a boy of barely a dozen summers, sprinted through the alleyways of the bustling city of Pataliputra, heart pounding like a war drum. Each step was a prayer, each breath a desperate plea for escape. He stumbled, just for a moment, as shadows danced like phantoms around him. The echo of his pursuers was a relentless spectre, the angry voices of men fueled by greed and vengeance. I remember the way the sun glinted off their swords, sharp and unforgiving, like the fangs of a beast ready to feast. Was it fate or folly that drove him to this moment? The clash between survival and the dream of conquest twisted in his gut, a tempest brewing. In the shadows lingered a figure, a woman, fierce and proud, her spirit as untamed as the wind. Durda, his mother, watched with a heart fractured by fear and hope, caught between the chains of her past and the wild promise of her son's potential. She harbored the weight of a world that had crushed her dreams, yet from that very darkness, she had forged a warrior. "Run, Chandragupta! Run!" Her voice was both a command and a benediction, tearing through the clamor of the street, a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. But could she truly understand the storm that raged within him? Chandragupta dashed past the market stalls, breath hitching, skin slick with sweat. He could taste the bitterness of fear, sharp and metallic, like the blood that once spilled upon the very stones he trod. Each merchant's shout, each child's laughter, felt like a taunt, a reminder of the normalcy that had slipped through his fingers. They bathed once a year, those fortunate souls, their romance earthy and raw, but he was no longer of that world. He was the product of whispers and secrets, an unformed clay yet to be molded by destiny's cruel hand. I remember the old man who had once taken him under his wing, teaching him the art of war when the world outside was unforgiving. The lessons were a mix of brutal reality and tender hope, a paradox sculpted from love and pain. "You are born of the earth, boy, but you are destined for the heavens," he had said, eyes twinkling with a glimmer of madness. Chandragupta had laughed then, thinking it ridiculous, yet now, amidst the chaos, those words echoed with ominous weight. He ducked into a narrow alley, the walls closing in like the grip of despair. The sound of boots thundered behind him, a relentless reminder of his precarious existence. Shadows stretched along the walls, twisting into grotesque shapes that seemed to mock him. But amidst the fear, a flicker of defiance ignited in his chest. This was not merely a game of survival, this was a prelude to something far greater. Each heartbeat was a drum roll, announcing the birth of an empire born from ashes and fury. And then there was Seleucus, a man who walked the thin line between ally and adversary, a ghost from the future lurking in the periphery of Chandragupta's mind. The whispers of conquest danced on his lips, promises of power and glory, yet behind those silver-tongued words lay treachery as sharp as a dagger. Chandragupta shuddered at the thought, would he become the pawn in a grand game of thrones, or would he seize the reins of his own destiny? A dilemma that clawed at his insides, gnawing at the remnants of innocence. I remember nights spent beneath the stars, each flickering light a reminder of dreams unfulfilled. Chandragupta would lay on the cold ground, staring into the vast cosmos, wondering if perhaps the stars were ancestors watching over him, or perhaps, mocking his plight. The weight of the world pressed down upon his young shoulders, the burden of legacy whispering in his ear. "You were born for this," it said, and yet, doubt seeped into his bones like winter chill. As he turned the corner, the alley opened into a wider street, and there stood the river, its waters shimmering with an ethereal glow. It was a sanctuary, a fleeting moment of peace amidst the chaos. But even there, the shadows lurked, ghosts of his past, specters of the life he longed to leave behind. He remembered Durda's hands, calloused yet gentle, shaping dreams from the clay of their shared history. Would she be proud? Or would she mourn the loss of the boy she once knew? Chandragupta! The roar of his pursuers shattered the reverie, a reminder that blood spilled on the streets was not merely a story, it was a reality that demanded a reckoning. He pressed forward, feet pounding against the stone, heart racing with the rhythm of a battle song yet to be sung. The river called to him, a siren song, but escape was a fleeting thought, easily washed away by the tide of ambition and vengeance. And in that moment, a decision crystallized within him, sharp and clear. He would rise, not merely as a boy fleeing shadows, but as a man who would carve his name into the annals of history. The time would come when he would clash against the very forces that sought to consume him. Chandragupta Maurya would not merely survive, he would conquer. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting long shadows that whispered tales of ancient kings and warriors, he felt the stirrings of fate coalescing around him. The night would be dark, fraught with danger and despair, but it was within the darkness that the seeds of greatness were sown. With each heartbeat, he felt the pulse of destiny drawing near, a promise that tomorrow would not just be another day, it would be the dawn of a new era. The air is thick with tension, each breath a struggle against the weight of destiny. A flickering torch casts long shadows against the stone walls of the palace, where figures whisper with urgency. I remember the night. It was one of those nights when the stars themselves seemed to hold their breath, waiting, watching. Chanakya stands at the center, a tempest in human form, his sharp gaze flickering like the flames that dance behind him. A strategist, yes, but also a man haunted by betrayals that cling to him like a shroud. Is anyone willing to die for a dream? He asks, his voice low but urgent, reverberating off the cold stones. In his eyes, a fire burns, wild and relentless. He knows that every word can tip the balance between life and death, that every heartbeat echoes in the corridors of power. Across the room, a young warrior named Chandragupta stares into the abyss of uncertainty. His hands tremble, not from fear but with the weight of ambition, the hunger to rise above obscurity. He is torn between the shadows of his past and the bright, blinding light of a throne that beckons. "I will not perish in silence," he whispers, the words barely escaping his lips, yet they hang in the air like a promise wrapped in desperation. And then there is the ghost of Dhananjay, a once loyal friend turned bitter enemy, who lurks in the background, every whisper of Chanakya's strategy twisting like a dagger in his heart. "You think you can build an empire on dreams," he sneers, his voice dripping with disdain. The weight of betrayal is a bitter pill, and his gaze bores into Chanakya, a mix of envy and rage. "You're just a schemer, a puppet master pulling strings in the dark." Chanakya's lips curl into a smirk, a predator sizing up its prey. "In the dark, Dhananjay, I can see everything you cannot." The words cling to the air, heavy with foreboding. The flicker of the torchlight reveals the glint of steel hidden beneath their robes, the secrets they all carry like burdens too heavy to bear. I remember the silence that filled the room, thick and suffocating, broken only by the sharp intake of breath from Chandragupta. The walls closed in, and suddenly, he felt like a child again, lost, afraid, yearning for a father's guiding hand. "What if we fail?" he asks, vulnerability cracking his bravado. The question hangs like a noose, and Chanakya's eyes narrow, as if peering into the future. "Failure is a bitter friend, but fear is a more treacherous foe," Chanakya replies, his words a harsh balm. He leans closer, as if inviting Chandragupta into a world of shadows and whispers, a world where dreams are forged in the fires of ambition. "Remember this, greatness is never gifted, it is seized, wrestled from the clutches of despair." The tension mounts, every heartbeat a drumroll, every silence a gasp for air. Chandragupta's heart races with conflicting desires. He yearns for the throne, yet he is haunted by the ghosts of his past, those who have fallen, those who have betrayed him. "What will it cost?" he breathes. "Everything," Chanakya replies, his voice a low growl. "It will demand blood, loyalty, and sacrifice. Are you willing?" The air crackles with energy, the weight of 1,000 dreams pressing down on them, mingling with the scent of sweat and ambition. Dhananjay narrows his eyes, resentment swirling in the depths of his soul. "And if you fail, Chanakya? If your grand plans shatter like glass, then I will be happy to join the ranks of those who dared," he counters, a wicked grin splitting his face. The intensity of his belief sends shivers down my spine. He is not a man to be trifled with, he is a force, a storm brewing far on the horizon of history. Chandragupta stands at the precipice, torn between fear and the intoxicating allure of power. I remember his hands clenching into fists, knuckles white against the weight of destiny. "Lead me," he says finally, the words spilling like rain on parched earth, full of promise, full of despair. "Lead me to my fate." But the shadows grow deeper, swirling around them like phantoms. Dhananjay's voice cuts through the tension, a bitter edge lacing his words. "You're nothing but a pawn, Chandragupta. You think you can rise on the back of Chanakya's schemes." His laughter is hollow, a ghost of what once was, a reminder of the friendships shattered in the pursuit of power. "Maybe," Chandragupta replies, defiance burning in his eyes. "But I'd rather be a pawn in a grand game than a king in a cage." The room pulses with unspoken truths, each character a reflection of dreams and nightmares, ambition and betrayal. I can feel the air shift, the anticipation swirling. It's a dance of destiny, and they are all players in an unforgiving game. Chanakya's presence looms large, a master puppeteer in a world of strings and shadows. "Let the games begin," he murmurs, a smile playing on his lips, as if summoning the darkness to swallow them whole. The flickering flames cast eerie shadows, a reminder that in this world, power is an illusion. Trust is a mirage. An ambition? A heart that beats beneath the weight of a crown. And just as the tension reaches a fever pitch, a sudden noise, a clash of metal, a frantic shout, shatters the moment. The palace is alive with chaos, and I remember the thrill of it, the heart-pounding intensity as each character steps closer to their destiny. Whatever dreams they chase, whatever nightmares lurk in the shadows, they are all intertwined, bound by ambition and betrayal. Each heartbeat reverberates like a drum, echoing the chaos of a world on the brink of transformation. The darkness deepens, and the night stretches out, vast and ungraspable, as they wrestle with their demons and chase after their fate. The moon hung heavy in the night sky, a silent witness to the shadows creeping across the battlefield, where the air was thick with tension, anticipation, and the metallic tang of blood. I could feel it in my bones, a pulse, a heartbeat of the earth that reverberated through the soles of my feet as I stood there, the chill of fear racing up my spine. The night was alive, electric, and I was caught in its grip, unable to turn away. They whispered of destiny, of a boy rising from the ashes of obscurity to challenge the splendor of Magadha. I was standing at the edge of something monumental, a moment that would rewrite the stars. Chandragupta was not a king yet. He was a tempest in a teapot, a restless soul painted in hues of desperation and ambition. I watched him, eyes fierce like kindling, every muscle in his body taut with the weight of what was about to unfold. He moved with a predator's grace, ignited by the flickering flame of vengeance, a boy who had lost everything, standing on the brink of reclaiming it all. I could see it in his eyes, that simmering chaos, the way he clenched his fists as if the very air around him could be wielded like a weapon. In that moment, he was not just a man, he was a storm brewing on the horizon, ready to unleash fury upon the unsuspecting. The warriors surrounding him, brave, reckless souls drawn to his fire, were a chorus of uncertainty, torn between loyalty and fear. They were not mere soldiers, they were fathers, brothers, haunted men with shadows trailing behind them. I could almost hear their hearts beating in sync, a drumroll of destiny, echoing the cadence of their shared hopes, their dreams clawing desperately to grasp the shards of a fractured reality. In a world where mortality was as fickle as the wind, they stood together, bound by a shared yearning for a brighter future. But bonds forged in desperation are fragile, easily shattered by the harshness of truth. And then there was Dhananjay, a fierce warrior, his loyalty to Chandragupta unwavering. I saw him standing there, his face carved from stone yet softened by a vulnerability that would catch even the most callous heart off guard. He had seen the horrors of war, each scar on his body told a story, a testament to battles fought and lost, victories claimed at terrible cost. I felt his struggle, the weight of loyalty clashing with the instinct for survival. The battlefield was not just a stage, it was a living, breathing entity that demanded sacrifices. Every choice was threaded with the pungent scent of sweat and blood, a pungent fragrance of inevitability. "What are we waiting for?" he shouted, his voice a crescendo of defiance that pierced the stillness, the urgency coiling like a serpent ready to strike. It was a question that echoed in the hearts of all who heard it, reverberating against the walls of their fears. The moonlight danced upon his armor, illuminating the glint of resolution in his eyes. But beneath that bravado lay uncertainty, a gnawing doubt that whispered sinister truths. What if they lost? What if they became just another footnote in the annals of history, their dreams extinguished like candles snuffed out by a sudden gust? And there was me, an interloper in this tapestry of fate, marveling at the rawness of their struggle. My heart raced as I absorbed the tension, the absurdity of it all. I often thought of myself as an observer, a quirky historian with an odd fixation on the macabre twists of time. They bathed once a year. I chuckled silently, so romance was earthy. Yet here, amid the swirling chaos of war, the humor fell flat. The stakes were too high, the air too thick with desperation to allow for trivial laughter. I felt like a ghost, part of this moment yet removed from it, a specter haunting the edges of their narrative. As the first light of dawn threatened to break through the darkness, I felt the urgency clawing at my chest, a primal reaction to the impending confrontation. The ground trembled beneath us, not from the weight of armies but from the collective heartbeat of hope and despair. Chandragupta stepped forward, and the world seemed to hold its breath, a suspended moment where fate teetered on the edge of a blade. "Let them come," he roared, a declaration that echoed through the valley like thunder. It was a moment of triumph, a boy claiming his destiny against the backdrop of a city that had once crushed his dreams. But triumph was a fleeting shadow, and I could sense it lurking just beneath the surface. The whispers of prophecy, the promise of greatness, such things often came at a price. I could see the shifting forms of the enemy, like specters emerging from the mist, their eyes gleaming with the same desire that burned within Chandragupta. Fear gripped me, a tangible entity that coiled around my throat. Was this the moment they had all been waiting for? Or was this the precipice that would send them tumbling into oblivion? As the clash of swords and cries of battle erupted, the world around me exploded in chaos. It was a symphony of violence, a cacophony that sang the song of destiny, as Chandragupta and Dhananjay charged into the fray, their hearts intertwined in this dance of death. I watched, heart pounding, as they fought not just for land, but for hope, for the flickering flame of a future that promised liberation from the shackles of tyranny. The dust rose like spirits from the earth, swirling around us, and I could almost hear the whispers of the fallen long ago. I knew that this was more than a battle, it was a reckoning, a moment when life and death intertwined, when dreams clashed with reality in a breathtaking ballet of courage and despair. I remember, I thought, the stories of heroes and the cost of their glory. But what they would remember would be something far darker, echoing shouts of defiance, the clash of steel, a city shrouded in the thick fog of memory. They would remember love intertwined with loss, the thrill of victory shadowed by the specter of grief. And as I stood on the precipice of this chaos, I felt the weight of it all pressing down on me, and a burden of time, of suffering, of the haunting question of whether glory was worth the blood spilled for it. And thus, the night hung heavy, pregnant with potential and dread, as the moon bore witness to the rise of a boy who dared to dream and a kingdom that awaited rebirth in the fires of conflict. The air was thick with smoke and the cries of the wounded. I stood there, my heart pounding like a war drum, feeling the weight of my ancestors' failures and triumphs pressing against my chest. The sun hung low, casting an eerie orange glow that turned the blood-soaked earth into a grotesque canvas of desperation and ambition. Each breath was sharp, each heartbeat a reminder of what lay ahead, a confrontation that felt like the universe gathering itself to watch. I remember how it began, like a whisper in the wind, a flicker of ambition igniting in the hearts of men. Chandragupta Maurya, fierce and relentless, stood at the forefront. His brow furrowed, his hands clenched into fists, as if he was trying to grasp the very essence of destiny. I could see the fire in his eyes, a blaze that promised liberation from the Nanda yoke, but it flickered with doubt. He was a man forged in hardship, carrying the shame of his past like a heavy cloak, and the weight of expectation was crushing. "Do you fear them?" he asked, his voice gravelly, the sound of a warrior questioning the abyss. A moment of silence hung between us, a ghost of hesitation before the storm. I could feel the collective breath of the army, a tension that rippled through the ranks, palpable and suffocating. They were men, hungry and desperate, their eyes darting with the flickers of hope and despair. "No," I said, though I felt the tremor in my own heart. "Fear is for those who cannot dream." But deep down, I felt the shadow of the Nandas loom larger, their army a monstrous wave threatening to swallow us whole. I could almost taste the bitterness of defeat, a reminder of how dreams could turn to nightmares. And then there was Kautilya, the cold strategist, his mind as sharp as the daggers at our sides, alive with plans and schemes that danced like phantoms in the dark. He moved like smoke through a crowded room, always calculating, always scheming. "We must strike where they least expect," he whispered to me, his voice laced with a chill that sent shivers down my spine. His strategies were intricate webs, spun with the silken threads of betrayal and manipulation. I could see the flicker of uncertainty in Chandragupta's eyes as he paced like a caged lion. The Nandas were not just tyrants, they were the ghosts of 1,000 failures, and the spectre of their retribution loomed large. His heart was a battleground, each beat a clash of desire and dread. "What if our ambitions lead us to ruin?" he pondered aloud, his voice barely above a whisper. "Then we will fight them in ruin," I replied, my words sharp and defiant, aflame against the night. The fear gnawed at me, but defiance tasted sweeter. I remembered the tales of our ancestors, their victories painted in blood and valor, and I held onto that like a lifeline. "Let them come. Let their shadows fall upon us. We will rise like the dawn." And so we moved through the ruins of what was once a peaceful land, every footfall echoing with the memories of those who had fallen before us. The battlefields were a tapestry woven with agony and hope, the air thick with the scent of sweat and the metallic tang of blood. I could see the faces of the enemy, their expressions twisted with rage and fear, reflections of our own struggle mirrored across the chasm of war. The clash began like thunder, a cacophony of metal and flesh, a symphony of chaos that swallowed reason whole. I fought not just for survival but for the dreams of generations, the hopes buried beneath the weight of the Nanda oppression. I swung my sword, the blade slicing through the air, a dance of death and defiance, and I felt each strike resonate within me, a heartbeat in the chorus of conflict. But in the midst of the frenzy, I caught a glimpse of Chandragupta, his back against a wall, fighting against two soldiers who towered like giants. The fierce determination in his eyes was both terrifying and beautiful, a raw embodiment of hope. I surged forward, adrenaline coursing through my veins like fire, my body a vessel for the spirit of rebellion. Would I die today? The thought flitted through my mind, almost laughable. After all, we were all ghosts in the making, dancing between this world and the next. In that moment, I became part of the chaos, a thread woven into the tapestry of battle. I could hear Kautilya's voice echoing in my mind, guiding my moves like an invisible force. "Strike true, strike fast," he had said. "The enemy is built of fear, and fear can be shattered." I lunged at an enemy soldier, and with a swift thrust, my dreams pierced the heart of my enemy. The man crumpled, his eyes widening in disbelief, and I felt an electrifying rush, a mix of victory and horror. I had become the very thing I sought to destroy, a harbinger of death. But the moment slipped through my fingers, and as I turned back to see Chandragupta, I felt the world tilt. A shadow loomed, dark and menacing. A Nanda warrior descended upon him like a vengeful ghost, and in that heartbeat, time slowed. I screamed, my voice lost in the roar of battle, as I dashed toward him, a desperate cry caught in my throat. With a fierce swing, I intervened, the clash of our blades ringing out like a prayer to the gods. Chandragupta's eyes met mine, the confusion, the gratitude, the shared fear and hope crackling in the air between us. We were brothers in this chaos, bound by bloodshed and dreams, fighting not just for our lives but for a future unseen. In that moment, the world around us faded into a blur. The strategies, the battles, the foreboding spectre of defeat all melted away. It was just us, two men against the tide of history, hearts racing as we carved our story into the very fabric of time. But then, as quickly as it began, the tide shifted. The Nandas began to lose their grip, their ranks falling apart like sandcastles against the rising tide. Yet, the victory was not without its price. The cost of dreams realized often came with a heavy toll. The air was thick with the weight of loss and the echoes of lives extinguished too soon. I looked to the horizon, the sun dipping below the edge of the world, and felt the stirring of something profound, a promise that the battle was far from over. The weight of our struggle loomed ahead, a shadow stretching into the unknown. The Nanda dynasty would not fall easily, and the ghosts of the past would rise again, beckoning us into the darkness. And as I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, the echoes of battle faded into whispers, and the looming spectre of the next confrontation began to take shape, a promise of hope wrapped in the shroud of fear, an unending cycle of ambition and rebellion. The story was far from over, it was merely the beginning. The sky hung low, thick with clouds that churned like a pot of boiling dread. An army, vast and restless, stood before the gates of Kalinga, hearts pounding like war drums. In the midst of this chaos, I watched, breathless. I remember the sun setting, its last rays bleeding into the horizon, as if it, too, wished to escape. The scent of sweat and iron filled my nostrils, mingling with the acrid smoke of distant fires, a harbinger of the violence that loomed. I could feel it in my bones, this moment would etch itself into the annals of fate. Then there was Arjun, a warrior with a heart burdened by shadows. He was my brother, but even kinship felt like a flimsy thread in this crucible of fear. His eyes, usually alight with fierce determination, now flickered uncertainly, haunted by the ghosts of battles past. I remember how he clenched his fists, each knuckle white, trembling against the weight of impending doom. How many lives would be lost today? Would he return to me, or would he be swallowed by this yawning abyss before us? Today, he murmured, voice heavy with the weight of inevitability. Today will be blood. I hated him for that honesty, that raw truth that pierced through the layers of bravado we wore like armor. The clang of metal against metal sounded like a death knell, sharp and unforgiving, echoing in the hollow spaces of my soul. I turned to Dea, her face a mask of stoicism. She stood beside me, a fierce spirit wrapped in armor too heavy for her slender frame. I admired her courage, her fierceness, but even more, I feared for her. A rebel, she had ignited a fire in the hearts of the oppressed, a fire that could burn brightly or consume everything in its path. "Do you think they'll fight back?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. But I saw the resolve in her eyes, a storm brewing beneath her calm exterior. Dea was a tempest, and I could only hope it wouldn't lead her to ruin. I remember, I started, but the words faltered, swallowed by the cacophony around us. Memories of peace felt like distant stars, lost in the void. All that remained was this suffocating tension, the anticipation of the inevitable clash. The sun dipped lower, and shadows danced between the trees, whispering secrets of what was to come. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum summoning the battle, the air thick with fear and a strange, intoxicating thrill. I could see the enemy now, emerging from the dark woods, their faces twisted in rage and desperation. A man, tall and fierce, stood at the forefront, wielding a sword as if it were an extension of his very soul. This was not just a fight for land, this was a fight for existence, for dreams and nightmares forged in the crucible of ambition. "Arjun," I called, my voice cracking like the brittle branches underfoot. He turned, eyes wide as if awakening from a dream. "Promise me you'll come back." His lips curled into a smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Look after Dea, will you?" "If I don't return, don't speak that way." I snapped, but a part of me, the part that understood the language of fate, knew he was right. I remember the weight of his gaze, heavy with unspoken words, as he turned back toward the gathering storm. The battle began with a roar, a release of pent-up agony and anger. I stood paralyzed, watching as Arjun and Dea charged ahead, their figures lost in a maelstrom of chaos. The clang of swords rang through the air, a mournful symphony, each note a life extinguished. I felt the heat of battle wash over me, the cries of the wounded weaving into a tapestry of despair that clung to my skin. I remember the faces, so many faces, twisted in pain, fear, and rage. Did they have families waiting for them? Children, mothers, lovers? Time slipped through my fingers like sand, an endless loop of anguish without respite. I wanted to scream, to run, to hide from the madness, but instead, I stood rooted, an unwilling witness to this horrific spectacle. And then, in a moment that shattered my heart, I saw Dea fall. The world slowed, her body crumpling like a broken doll, the vibrant fire extinguished in an instant. I could barely breathe. I remember the way her eyes searched for something, anything, one last glimmer of hope in the chaos. I wanted to run to her, to shield her from the storm, but I was paralyzed, caught in the spider's web of conflict, unable to escape. Arjun, fierce as he was, fought through the throng, but the enemy swarmed like locusts, relentless and unyielding. I could see the moment it happened, the moment he turned, catching sight of Dea. The world melted away, leaving only his anguish and rage. It was a primal scream that tore from his throat, a sound that would echo through the ages. I remember the way despair clawed at my insides as he rushed forward, defying death itself, his sword a blur of vengeance and grief. But death is a cunning adversary, and as quickly as it rises, it strikes. I saw it then, the blade that plunged into Arjun's side, sharp and merciless. Time fractured, and I saw everything, the moment of impact, the horror etched across his face, the blood spilling like a crimson river. I remember the guttural cry that escaped my lips, a sound that came from the very depths of my being, as if I, too, was being ripped apart. The battlefield transformed into a hellscape, a swirling void where hope and despair collided, where victory and loss intertwined in a grotesque dance. I stumbled forward, thoughts fraying, heart pounding, my world was unraveling, and all I could do was scream into the abyss. I remember the air thickening, the darkness closing in, shadows creeping closer, ghosts whispering to me, taunting me with the weight of untold sorrow. I didn't know how long I stood there, locked in this moment of horror, but I felt the cosmos shift, the stars blinking out one by one as screams morphed into silence. As the last flicker of life faded from Arjun's eyes, I understood, this was the cost of ambition, the price of an empire built on blood and dreams. And even as my heart shattered, I felt something stirring within me, an ember igniting in the depths of my soul. A promise. A vow to carry their stories, their pain, their dreams. The battle raged on, but I felt the weight of the world shift, the shadows whispering secrets about the future, about the empire that would rise from these ashes. I stood at the edge of oblivion, poised between loss and rebirth, surrendering to the storm, knowing that this was only the beginning. And as the night enveloped the battlefield, I could still hear the echoes of their screams, a haunting melody that would follow me into the darkness, urging me forward, into a new dawn. The sun hung low, its crimson hue splattering the sky like spilled blood, casting long shadows over the bustling heart of Pataliputra. I stood there, my breath hitching, clutching my simple tunic as the cries of the citizens echoed in my ears, some pleading, some shouting, all frantic. A shadow darted past me, cloaked in anxiety, and I recognized it, Chandragupta, the Mauryan Emperor, his face a mask of fierce determination, yet beneath that facade, I could sense the tremors of doubt. In the chaos of the moment, I saw leaders and beggars alike, united in fear, all waiting for the judgment of an unseen hand. Governance, they told us, was as much about the sword as it was about the quill. How naive I had been to think that words could change the world. The stench of desperation permeated the air, an unshakable reminder of the shadows lurking in the corners of power. I remember the day I watched from the fringes, my heart racing, as the Minister of War, Kautilya, a man of cunning intellect and cold gaze, whispered secrets into the Emperor's ear. Power was intoxicating, but it tasted like ash on his tongue. I thought of the whispers that must have echoed in Kautilya's mind. This is the price of control. This is the weight of ambition. Are we not just shadows of our desires? I wondered, as the cries rose to a fever pitch. A man charged forward, his voice slicing through the tumult, demanding justice for his brother, wrongfully imprisoned. The crowd swelled behind him, a tide of raw emotion. I felt their anger surge like a boiling pot, threatening to spill over. I could see it in Chandragupta's eyes, the horror of knowing that his empire, built upon the foundations of order, was teetering on the edge of chaos. I remember the flicker of fear that danced across his face, mirrored in the eyes of Kautilya, whose mind was always calculating, always weighing. Justice is a delicate flower, Kautilya intoned, his voice smooth yet laced with a steel edge. It must be nurtured, or it withers. Yet, I knew the truth, the flower could also be crushed, trampled underfoot in the name of control, leaving only a bitter scent in the air. But what of mercy? I thought, grappling with my own beliefs. I had always been told that the heart of governance lay in compassion, yet here we were, drowning in rage. Chandragupta stepped forward, his presence commanding, yet beneath the armor of authority, I could sense the cracks. He was but a man, after all, burdened by the weight of an entire nation. "We shall address your grievances," he declared, though the tremor in his voice betrayed his resolve. I could feel the pulse of the crowd, the collective heartbeat of a people longing for hope, for guidance, but I also sensed the uncertainty that clung to the air like a shroud. I remember the moment when he locked eyes with me, a flicker of recognition. "You," he said, his voice low, "you see beyond the shadows." It was not a compliment, it was a challenge. The weight of the empire seemed to press down on my chest, squeezing out the breath I didn't know I was holding. I had always been an observer, a chronicler of history, but now I felt the pull of destiny, drawing me towards the heart of the storm. Kautilya, always the strategist, seized the moment, his voice rising above the din. "Let us not forget the art of governance, fear and respect must coexist." His words hung in the air, a dark promise. I envisioned the tools of administration, the edicts carved in stone, the scribes laboring under the flickering oil lamps, the weight of parchment that held the fates of men in their delicate fibers. But what of the souls? I wondered, my heart aching for the brother who had been lost, for the family torn apart by the very system designed to protect them. The tension crackled like static, and then the moment shifted, spiraled into something unrecognizable. Chandragupta turned, his face a tapestry of conflict, his heart torn between duty and humanity. "I will not be a tyrant," he proclaimed, but the winds of change howled louder, whispering doubts into his ear. I could see the specter of his ancestors looming over him, clutching at his spirit. They demanded greatness, but at what cost? "Do not let fear guide you," I wanted to scream, but the words lodged themselves in my throat, a silent testament to my own insecurities. I had always been afraid of speaking out, afraid of the shadows that danced just beyond the flickering torches. "What do you fear?" a voice inside me raged, "life or tyranny?" The air thickened, time stretching like a taut bowstring. The crowd surged forward, demanding answers, demanding change, and in that moment, I saw it, the fragile thread that connected fear to hope, the razor-thin line that separated a ruler from a monster. Chandragupta took a deep breath, his shoulders squared, and I could almost hear the echo of his thoughts. "This is the moment of truth. Let the law be our guide," he shouted, a rallying cry that split the air like thunder. The crowd hesitated, caught between their anger and the promise of order. Kautilya stood at his side, a sinister smile curling on his lips. "Yes, let the law reign supreme, but remember, who holds the law holds the power." The implications were staggering. Was this to be a promise of justice or a decree of iron-fisted control? Just then, a sharp cry pierced the gathering, a woman's voice crying out for her lost son, the voice of a mother, raw and unyielding. I felt the shudder of her pain reverberate through the throng, and it struck me like a dagger to the heart. In that moment, every noble ideal of governance unraveled, exposing the frail humanity beneath the cold armor of bureaucracy. "Can we save them all?" I whispered, knowing the answer was as elusive as smoke. I was just a witness, a mere shadow drifting through the annals of history, but I understood, this was not merely about governance, it was about the very essence of what it meant to rule, to lead. With every heartbeat, the world around me grew heavier, charged with emotion and tension, a swirling storm of desires and fears, of justice and vengeance. In that pivotal moment, as Chandragupta faced the crowd, I could see it in his eyes, the dawning realization that the line between governance and tyranny was a blade he would wield, and the fate of a nation rested on the choices he would soon make. And as the chaos unfolded, I could feel the clock ticking, the weight of time pressing down, a cosmic reminder that history would remember this day, this moment of reckoning, where the heart of the Mauryan administration would either flourish or crumble into the shadows. This was not the end, it was merely the beginning. The echoes of their choices would ripple through time, entwined in the fabric of destiny. The air crackled with tension, thick like the smoke rising from the smoldering embers of a once thriving market. I stood amidst the chaos as merchants cried out, their voices drowned in the clamor of desperation. The scent of spices and freshly woven fabric hung heavy, a strange contrast to the fear that gnawed at the edges of my mind like a ravenous dog. Night fell, cloaking the city of Pataliputra in shrouded shadows, where only flickering lanterns dared to cast light upon the faces of the desperate. "Shiv," called out a voice, trembling with urgency. It was Rhea, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of hope and dread. She clutched a handful of coins, the weight of them seemed to pull her down, even as she fought to rise. "We need to buy provisions. The raiders will be here by dawn." I could hear the unspoken despair in her voice, it echoed off the ancient walls, blending with the distant wails of the lost. I remembered nights like these, the unsparing trade routes, the whispers of promises exchanged for glistening gemstones and silks that flowed like water. But those nights felt like a distant memory now. The once bustling bazaars, alive with the sounds of laughter and bartering, lay barren, shadows of their former selves. Fear had seeped into the heart of the economy, twisting it into a grotesque reflection of what it could be, an unyielding beast that now threatened to devour us whole. "Rhea, we can't," I whispered, my throat dry, almost choking on the weight of reality. I was fueled by anguish and stubbornness, the two driving forces of my very being. The truth was a bitter pill, and I was unwilling to swallow it. The cost of goods is rising, and if we spend now... My voice trailed off, lost in the fog of uncertainty. She stepped closer, her breath warm against the chill of the night. "If we don't act now, we will lose everything. The economy is crumbling, and trade is a dying ember." A flash of anger sparked in her gaze, but I saw the fear lying just beneath. We were standing at a crossroads, teetering on the edge of a chasm that could swallow us whole. Across the square, old merchant Arjun stood, his hands gnarled like the roots of a long-dead tree. Once, he had weathered storms of trade that others couldn't fathom. Now, he clutched his wares as if they were sacred relics, eyes darting, searching for anything, anyone, to barter with. I could see the desperation etched into his features, the lines of his face telling stories of loss, of dreams shattered by the unyielding hands of fate. "Arjun!" I called. "What do you have left?" The words felt heavy, like stones thrown into a still pond, sending ripples of dread cascading outward. He turned to me, hope flickering like a frail candle in a breeze, and for a moment, the world narrowed to that single heartbeat. His answer would shape our fates. "Nothing of worth, dear boy," he replied, his voice cracked like parchment under pressure. "But I can offer you tales of the past, of golden days and laughter echoing through the streets." The jest hung between us, a fragile reminder of what once was as tangible as the goods that slipped from our fingers like sand. I remember the joy of trade, haggling with the intensity of a warrior fighting for his life. I remember the vibrant colors of spices, the laughter of children chasing after dreams woven into fabric, the stories wrapped in every transaction. But that joy felt like a ghost now. Rhea grabbed my arm, urgency coursing through her veins. "We have to move. The raiders won't wait for us to reminisce about better days." Her spirit clashed with mine, bright and fierce, igniting something deep within, a desire to fight, to protect, to reclaim that lost sense of stability. And as the clock struck midnight, the silence whispered ominously. The economy had turned into a storm, swirling with treachery and despair. The trade routes, once arteries of prosperity, had become lifelines frayed and battered, like a threadbare tapestry, each strand a story of sacrifice, of survival. I took a step forward, the ground beneath me shifting like quicksand. I couldn't let fear dictate my actions. I had to face this tempest head-on. The stakes were high, the cost of failure unfathomable. "We'll gather what we can, Arjun," I said, feeling the weight of leadership settle upon my shoulders. "We will trade not just goods, but our will to survive." "Trade values have shifted," Arjun said slowly, as if he were deciphering a riddle written in the stars. "Now, it's not just coins we need. It's alliances, trust, even hope." His eyes glinted with the fire of a man who had seen too much to surrender. I turned back to Rhea, her resolve mirrored in her expression, a fragile alliance born of necessity. Together, we would navigate this maze of despair. Night stretched into eternity as we moved quickly, shadows flitting like phantoms in a haunted dream. The weight of our choices loomed large, a reminder of the fragile threads that held our world together. Each step was heavy with the knowledge that trust, once lost, is a beast hard to tame. The market became an echo chamber, filled with the whispers of ghosts, of dreams deferred, of lives upended. I could feel the pulse of the city beneath my feet, a heartbeat that thrummed with the desperation of survival, of hope clinging desperately to life. And as dawn broke, painting the horizon with hues of gold and crimson, the world felt both new and ancient, a canvas on which we would paint our fate. The trade routes would be reborn, but at a cost. Alliances forged in the fires of desperation would either shatter or strengthen us. I glanced at Rhea, her fierce determination ignited my own, a fire that could withstand the fiercest storms. We were but players in this grand theatre of life, and the curtain had yet to fall. The next act would begin soon, and in it, we would find not just our survival, but perhaps even redemption. Pataliputra's breath hung heavy in the air, a promise shrouded in mystery, ready to unveil itself. We were on the brink of something monumental. And as I stood there, with the shadows of the night fading, the uncertainty ahead was intoxicating. Would we rise? Would we fall? The answers lay just beyond, waiting to be woven into the tapestry of our lives. The twilight hung heavy, a thick curtain of anticipation stretching over the ancient stones of the city. Shadows danced like specters against the walls, flickering, whispering secrets of what was yet to come. I stood there, the air crackling with tension, the pulse of the people around me thrumming like a war drum. The citizens, their faces etched with anxiety, crowded in the marketplace, eyes darting, hearts racing, as if they could sense a storm brewing. Alexander's army was coming. The word hung in the air, sharp and cold, like the edge of a blade. My breath quickened. I could almost taste the fear, a metallic, bitter, a reminder that this was more than just a tale from the pages of history. This was life and death, unfolding before me. Alizia stood to my left, her hands trembling as she clutched a small dagger, a family heirloom passed down through generations, one that now felt more like a curse than a blessing. "If they come, I'll fight," she whispered, her voice fierce yet laced with uncertainty. The fire in her eyes told a different story, one of a warrior spirit held captive by the weight of doubt. I admired her courage, but my heart ached for the girl who once laughed under the sun, before dreams turned to nightmares. What good is a dagger against an army? I shot back, my words a futile attempt to shatter her bravado. You know they won't stop for anyone. The truth tasted sour on my tongue. Alizia and I were kindred spirits, bound by past laughter and current despair, but now, as the world around us trembled with the promise of violence, our destinies hung in the balance like a pendulum, swinging toward an uncertain fate. Then there was Lysander, the man who wore the weight of his family's legacy like an anchor dragging him down into murky waters. He was pacing nearby, casting furtive glances toward the horizon, as if each moment could unveil the cavalry of doom. "It's too late for us," he murmured, half to himself, half to the cosmos. "We should have fled when we had the chance." "Flee to where?" "To a land that will still be there when the dust settles," I interjected, my heart pounding in sync with the chaos around us. "You think the West will welcome us with open arms?" "They'll cut us down too, just like they do here." I saw the flicker of fear in Lysander's eyes, a reflection of my own. His voice was a low growl, echoing the storm brewing in his chest. "You don't understand. I have to survive, I have to protect what little family I have left." The desperation in his tone was palpable, a raw wound barely concealed beneath layers of bravado. "But if they come, I'll do what I must." I wanted to shout at him, to shake some sense into his fragile resolve, to remind him that survival was not just living but finding a reason to wake each day. A part of me wanted to believe that we could escape this fate, claw our way to freedom. But another part, a darker part, knew the truth. It was a truth that echoed in the silence of the marketplace, that reverberated through the bones of the earth. War was coming. "Look!" Alizia's voice sliced through the tension, drawing our eyes to the horizon, where the sky darkened like ink spilling over parchment. A cloud of dust rose, swirling like a vengeful spirit heralding the arrival of death. My heart raced, a wild stallion in a doomed race. This was it, the moment we had feared had arrived, and the air felt thick and heavy, saturated with impending doom. The soldiers appeared, a line of iron and fury, moving as one, a single entity, a tide of destruction. Horses thundered, hooves striking the earth like the beating of war drums, a rhythm that pulled at the strings of my soul. I felt my breath catch, a gasp caught in my throat, as if the world itself held its breath in anticipation. Alizia's grip on the dagger tightened, knuckles white against the hilt. I could see the quiver of her lip, the flicker of doubt in her eyes. I wanted to reach out, to pull her close, to whisper that it would be okay, but the words fell heavy, drowned in the cacophony of clashing ideals and the roar of destiny. "Stay close," I managed to say, my voice barely a whisper against the roaring tide. "We face this together." As the first cries of battle pierced the air, a chilling reminder of the fragility of life, I watched Lysander's face shift from fear to resolve, the shadows of his past melding with the chaos of the present. He looked at Alizia, then at me, and for a fleeting second, we were bound not just by friendship, but by an unspoken promise, the promise of resistance. But as the clash of steel rang out, drowning all but the most primal of instincts, the reality of our situation crashed over us like a tidal wave. We were no longer just observers of history, we were its unwilling participants, our choices splintering before us like dry wood in the hands of a flame. The noise grew, drowning everything around us, hope, despair, memories of laughter mingling with the cries of the dying. I could feel the ground trembling beneath me, each vibration resonating deep within my bones, each heartbeat echoing the urgency of the moment. I remembered the stories I had read, the tales of Alexander and his conquests, and now, I stood at the precipice of history, teetering on the edge of something far greater than myself. The darkness crept in, whispers of fate curling around us like smoke, suffocating and beautiful. I caught Alizia's eye, and in that moment, we became a tapestry, the threads of our lives woven together, frayed yet unyielding. In the heart of chaos, amidst the shadows of approaching doom, I felt an ember of hope ignite. We would not be forgotten. We would not vanish into the annals of history unheard. We were here, alive, entwined in the struggle against fate, and as the battle cries echoed and the world threatened to shatter, I knew we would stand together against the tide of time. And somewhere, amongst the chaos and despair, I held on to the flicker of possibility that even in the grip of war, we could find a reason to fight, to live, to love amidst the ruins. As the first clash rang out, sending chills down my spine, I understood then, the influence of Alexander was not merely a matter of conquest, it was the relentless human spirit, battling against the shadows that threatened to engulf us all. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that seemed to reach out like desperate fingers seeking solace. The air was thick with the scent of dust and the palpable tension of unspoken words. Chandragupta, a figure both fierce and haunted, stood at the edge of his empire, the weight of his dreams and nightmares pressing down upon him like the very earth beneath his feet. He could feel the pulse of his kingdom thrumming through the ground, a heartbeat that matched his own, quickening with each moment of impending confrontation. "Why do they not see?" he whispered, the tremor in his voice betraying the storm within. The Greeks, with their scrolls and their strange gods, had cast their shadows across his world. They spoke in riddles, their philosophies like buttered silk slipping through his fingers. He remembered the first time he held one of their writings, a fragile thing, inked in a language that twisted and turned like a serpent. It was beautiful and maddening, its promises of enlightenment wrapped in layers of confusion. How can they understand when they do not know the soil from which we grow? In the distance, a figure emerged, a ghost from another world. Seleucus stood there, his face a mask of stoic resolve, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt. The clash of their cultures felt like a thunderstorm gathering. Here was the Greek king, a man with a crown that glimmered with foreign jewels, riding the tide of history, yet shackled by the weight of expectation. "We are here to offer knowledge," he said, but his voice quivered, as if the very air around them responded with skepticism. Chandragupta's heart raced, not with anger, but with a profound sadness. He saw in Seleucus not just an adversary, but a kindred spirit, caught in a web of imperial ambitions, both longing and loathing the complexities of their respective legacies. "Knowledge," he scoffed, the bitterness curling around his tongue. "You speak of knowledge while your armies march like shadows across our fields. Can you even grasp the essence of our stories, the blood, the sweat, the prayers that rise with the dawn?" Seleucus's brow furrowed, and for a fleeting moment, the facade of diplomacy cracked, revealing the man beneath, the man who had lost friends to wars fueled by the very ideologies they now sought to exchange. "Your people fear us," he said, each word a careful step across a minefield of emotions. "They fear what they do not understand." "I fear nothing but ignorance," Chandragupta shot back, his voice an arrow aimed straight at the heart of their discourse. "Your texts, your philosophies, they are but reflections of your own fears. We have lived in the shadows of your empires, watching as you dance on the graves of our ancestors. So tell me, Seleucus, what can your scrolls teach a man whose hands are stained with the soil of his homeland?" In that charged silence, their gazes locked, two worlds colliding amidst the dust and the echoes of history. Chandragupta felt the pulse of the universe, a reminder that they were but fleeting shadows on the vast canvas of time. He remembered the tales his mother told him as a child, the stories of gods and demons, love and betrayal, wrapped in vibrant colors and haunting melodies. "This is what I seek," he said softly, a beat of vulnerability threading through his bravado. "Not your treaties or your tactics, but the stories that bind us together." "Stories," Seleucus echoed, a hint of surprise softening his features. "Your stories are your power. They shape your identity. But can they withstand the test of time? Can they stand against the tide of our wisdom?" Chandragupta felt a flicker of anger rise, but it was quickly quenched by a deeper pain, a yearning for connection amidst the churning chaos. "Wisdom? Or are you simply afraid to embrace the chaos of the human condition? We are flawed, we are broken, but we thrive in our imperfections. We are the light and the dark, the laughter and the tears. Can your scrolls hold that weight? The breeze stirred, carrying with it the whispers of ancient spirits, ghosts of scholars and warriors whose lives had been woven into the very fabric of existence. The air crackled with tension, and Chandragupta felt as though the cosmos itself held its breath, waiting for their next words to spill like sacred offerings upon the altar of understanding. Every culture has its ghosts, Seleucus said, his voice now softer, almost reverent. They linger in the corners of our minds, guiding our thoughts, shaping our beliefs. Perhaps, in sharing our stories, we can exorcise those ghosts together. But it will require vulnerability, a shedding of pride. Chandragupta nodded, the gravity of their exchange pulling him deeper into a well of introspection. He remembered the night he first gazed upon the stars, the vastness of the universe reflected in his dreams, filled with the weight of his ambitions and the scars of his struggles. Vulnerability, he mused, a double-edged sword. To open oneself to another is to risk the very core of who you are. But perhaps that is the only way to build a bridge across this abyss. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting everything into a twilight of uncertainty, their words hung in the air, shimmering with possibilities. The tension between them danced like firelight in the dark, illuminating the complexities of their shared humanity. Chandragupta could feel the threads of fate weaving their destinies together, a tapestry of histories colliding, cultures intermingling, a promise of something more, something beautiful yet terrifying. And just as the first stars began to glimmer in the indigo sky, a sound broke the stillness, a distant clamor, the heavy footfalls of encroaching armies, the ghosts of warriors past stirring restlessly in their graves. The moment shattered, and with it, the fragile understanding they had begun to create. The world around them shifted, teetering on the precipice of war and alliance, chaos and harmony, as the stars witnessed their struggle, a struggle that would resonate through time, echoing across the ages like a haunting melody. In that split second, everything was at stake, and as they stood poised on the brink of confrontation, both men felt the weight of history on their shoulders, a burden that could either crush them or propel them into the uncharted depths of their own humanity. They grasped the gravity of their choices, an unsung symphony awaiting its conductor, a moment pregnant with potential, aching with the promise of what could be. The moon hung low, a watchful eye peering down at the crumbling palace walls, cracked like the spirits of its inhabitants. The air was thick, pregnant with dread, as if the very stones held their breath. Chandragupta stood at the edge of the balcony, the chill biting into his skin, his heart drumming a frantic rhythm. Below him, the city pulsed with unrest, shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, whispering secrets of betrayal and longing. He had fought countless battles, yet this turmoil felt like the fiercest war of all, a battle against his own heart. I remember the weight of my crown, heavy with the dreams and fears of 1,000 souls. The throne behind me, cold and unyielding, felt like a spectre, looming over my every thought. I had conquered kingdoms, forged empires, but what did it matter when the force that gripped me now was born not of steel or fire, but of an unshakable doubt? The echoes of my past rang in my ears. I was a king, yes, but a king whose time had slipped through his fingers like sand. A king who no longer wanted to wear the crown. Dhananjay, my most loyal advisor, stood beside me, a trembling figure wrapped in shadows. His eyes were wide, an ocean of unspoken words swirling beneath the surface. I could see the turmoil in his gaze. Loyalty, fear, and a desperate love for the kingdom collided within him like storm clouds. "Your Majesty," he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath, "the council awaits your decision." Decision. The word hung in the air like a noose, squeezing tighter with each heartbeat. I remembered the countless nights spent planning, scheming, dreaming of greatness. Now, the thought of abdicating my throne felt like a betrayal, a coward's escape. But was it cowardice, or wisdom? Dhananjay shifted his weight, the tension between us palpable, and I saw a flicker of hope in his eyes, a fear of losing everything we had built together. "Chandragupta," he pressed, his voice strained, "if you step down, what will become of us? Of the people? Of the legacy?" His hands trembled, and I wanted to reach out, to comfort him, but my own heart was a tempest. There was a storm within me, raging, pulling me in every direction. I felt the weight of the crown pressing down, and it began to suffocate me. I could hear the whispers of my ancestors, their voices echoing through time. What is a king without his throne? They taunted. What is a man without purpose? I gritted my teeth, the anger boiling within me, a futile defiance against my own doubts. I remembered the faces of the people, their hopes stitched into the fabric of my reign, and in that moment, they became my ghosts, haunting me, reminding me of the lives intertwined with my own. Is it not better to leave while there is still something to protect? I murmured, a question directed at the night sky, but Dhananjay answered, his voice fierce, igniting a spark of defiance within me. You are not just a king, Chandragupta. You are our beacon. If you abandon us now, what light will guide us? Do you not owe it to the people who believe in you? Believe. The word echoed in my mind, a haunting refrain. I had fought for their belief, their trust, but what if I was a shadow of the king they needed? What if my abdication was the only way to save them from my folly? The thought gripped my heart, twisting it until I could barely breathe. Then, a figure emerged from the shadows, Nandini, the fierce general, a woman forged in the fires of battle, her presence both commanding and terrifying. She stepped forward, a gaze piercing like arrows, her voice a clash of steel. Chandragupta, this kingdom is your blood, your sacrifice. If you step aside now, the enemies we fought against, those who lurk in the shadows, will take this moment to strike. A fire ignited within me, fueled by her words. I knew the stakes, I could taste the bitterness of betrayal in the air. I remembered the blood we had spilled, the sacrifices that had paved our path to glory. But the shadows whispered again, what if you are the enemy? Tension crackled between us, electric and raw. Dhananjay's eyes darted between me and Nandini, caught in the crossfire of our conflicting wills. I could see the flicker of fear in his gaze, a fear that if I faltered, the very fabric of our world would unravel. Your life is a tapestry woven with the threads of our people, Nandini continued, her voice steady. To abandon it is to sever those threads. Do not let fear guide your hand. Her fervor stirred something deep within me, a stubborn seed of determination pushing against the weight of doubt. But as I stood there, the moonlight casting haunting shadows around us, I felt the crushing reality of my mortality. Time was a relentless clock, ticking away the seconds of my reign, and each tick echoed a silent scream of desperation. I could see the future unfurling before me, a future marred by uncertainty, where shadows loomed larger than dreams. I remembered the stories of kings past, their abdicating hearts, their surrender to time and fate. What will history say of me? I asked, my voice breaking, the vulnerability clawing its way out. Will they remember the conqueror, or the man who faltered? The silence hung heavily, a shroud cloaking our breaths. Dhananjay stepped closer, steadying me with his presence, while Nandini's fierce spirit wrapped around us like armor. You are not alone in this fight, she whispered. We are your shield. Stand with us. But the weight of history pressed against my chest, urging me to flee, to escape into the night, to leave the crown behind like a discarded dream. The fear of failure gnawed at my resolve, whispering treachery into my ears. I was a king, but what was that without faith in myself? And then, in that moment of crushing despair, a flicker of clarity pierced through the fog. I remembered love, the love of my people, the love that had forged my path, the love that demanded sacrifice. Perhaps it wasn't about strength, but the courage to confront my own vulnerability, to yield not out of weakness but out of the belief that even a king could step aside for the greater good. The night deepened around us, a shroud of uncertainty. I felt the eyes of the city upon me, a million souls intertwined with my fate, pressing me forward. I had to choose, between the weight of the crown and the freedom to let it go. Then let it be so. I breathed, my voice a whisper carried by the winds, a declaration that sent tremors through the night. The decision hung in the air, fragile as a spider's thread, ready to sever at the slightest touch. Dhananjay and Nandini exchanged glances, a flicker of understanding igniting in their eyes. The moment stretched, suspended in time, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the next heartbeat, the next whisper, the next step into the abyss. The shadows loomed, and with them, the promise of change, a transition of power, a relinquishing of a crown, and the dawning of uncertainty that would ripple through the very fabric of our existence. The night was alive, the city pulsing like a restless spirit, and I knew, deep down, that this was not the end. It was merely the beginning of a new chapter, as haunting and beautiful as the moon above. The air crackled with tension, heavy like a storm about to break. Shadows loomed large, twisting around columns as if the very walls conspired in whispered rebellion. In the heart of Pataliputra, the palace trembled under the weight of unease. I stood there, silent but not still, my heart drumming a frantic beat, every pulse echoing the uncertainty hanging like fog. Bindusara, heir to Chandragupta's legacy, was not just a man, he was a tempest brewing, and the ghosts of ambition and fear danced around him. Father is dead, a voice sliced through the silence, brittle as the autumn leaves underfoot. It was Suna, Bindusara's sister, her eyes wild with grief and madness, both beautiful and terrifying in their raw honesty. The throne is ours, she whispered, but her words dripped with venomous doubt. She was a fierce spirit, a warrior wrapped in silk, but today, her armor was cracked and frayed. Her confidence wavered, and desperation flickered behind her gaze. I remember the way the sun shone when he spoke of dreams, Bindusara replied, his voice low, almost a rumble. His hands trembled, fingernails digging into his palms. The weight of expectation bore down on him like a stone. It felt like drowning, gasping for air while the currents of history pulled him under. He had only ever wanted to carve his own path, but now it was laid bare like a banquet table, each dish a choice, each choice a war. The throne was not a seat of honor, it was a guillotine waiting for its next victim. He could almost feel the cold steel against his neck, a ghostly reminder of what power demanded. "Suna, you don't understand," he said, the tremor in his voice betraying the lion-hearted facade he struggled to maintain. "They will come for us. They will come for me." Silence swirled, thick like molasses. The palace, a labyrinth of secrets, echoed their fears. Would the kingdom see him as a man worthy of his father, or merely a shadow draped in his legacy? His heart raced, a drumbeat of uncertainty, filled with the echoes of battles yet to be waged. The weight of history loomed like a spectre behind him, whispering tales of the past, of kings who rose and kings who fell, crumbling like dust beneath their own gilded crowns. Suna leaned closer, her breath warm and tinged with the scent of jasmine. "You think they will hesitate? You think the throne is a gift? It is a challenge, and you must seize it before it devours you whole." Her words were sharp and biting, igniting a spark of defiance in Bindusara's chest. But with that spark came the terrifying reality of what it would mean to ignite a war, to spill blood for the sake of ambition. I remember when father spoke of the unyielding will of a king. "Be ruthless, Bindusara," he said, "for mercy is the poison that rots the soul." The memory clawed at him, fierce and unwelcome, as if a shadow had scuttled across his mind. He had always admired his father's strength, but at what cost? To rule was to wear a crown forged from sacrifice, yet here he stood, a young man caught in the fierce grip of uncertainty. The distant clang of metal against metal echoed through the palace halls, a reminder of the soldiers lining the perimeter, waiting on his command. He could summon the might of an army, yet his heart begged for a different battle, a battle to keep his soul intact, to wrestle with the morality of power, the price of ambition. Night enveloped the city like a shroud, and the stars twinkled, mocking his turmoil. They were distant yet so near, like dreams that felt tantalizingly within reach yet always slipping away. What was the cost of greatness? What was he willing to sacrifice? As if answering his inner turmoil, a single star fell across the sky, a streak of brilliance, a moment of beauty amidst the chaos. It reminded him of childhood dreams, of nights spent under the cosmos, where wishes were woven into the fabric of fate. But wishes, Bindusara knew, were not enough. He had to kindle the fire within him, the fire that roared with the promise of power yet simmered with doubt. The throne beckoned, a siren song he couldn't ignore, but the shadows danced with danger. "Sooner," he rasped, panic tinging his voice. "What if I am not strong enough?" Her eyes flared with fierce determination, a flame igniting within the chaos. Strength is not just sinew and muscle, it is knowing when to fight and when to bend. You are your father's son, but you must be more. You must be you. Suna's words washed over him like a balm, igniting a fragile spark of hope that flickered dangerously close to despair. The ghosts of his lineage whispered through the air, urging him to action, to unleash the tempest brewing within. Yet, would it be a storm of creation or destruction? Would he be a ruler or a monster? As the moon crowned the night, illuminating the marble floor with a ghostly glow, a resolute decision began to crystallize in Bindusara's heart. Shadows danced as if anticipating a storm, the wind whispering secrets and promises. The weight of destiny bore down on him, an anchor that both grounded him and threatened to drag him beneath the waves. "I will rise," he declared, a fierce resolve igniting in his chest. But at what cost? The question hung in the air, a chilling specter that refused to release its grip. As he met Suna's gaze, the intensity of their shared fear shimmered between them, a fierce bond forged in the crucible of uncertainty. This was their moment, a threshold, a precipice, and they stood together, bound by blood and ambition. With the world poised on the brink of change, the clock ticked ominously, each second a heartbeat, a countdown to the inevitable clash between legacy and self. The shadows stretched and danced, and the night was alive with the promise of battles unseen, choices unmade. In that moment, Bindusara understood the truth: the throne was not merely a seat of power, it was a crucible of sacrifice, a haunting melody echoing through the ages. And as dawn approached, the horizon painted with the blood of the night, he felt the stirrings of fate whispering his name, a haunting harmony that promised both glory and ruin. The stage was set, and the world held its breath. The air hung thick with tension, a palpable weight clinging to the night. In the eerie stillness, one could almost hear the heartbeat of 1,000 men, soldiers, farmers, and kings, each pulse a reminder of the impending storm. A flicker of torchlight danced across Bindusara's expression, illuminating the determination etched into his features. He stood alone, shadows swirling around him like lost souls, every breath a battle against the suffocating dread that whispered of betrayal and ambition. I remember the first crack of dawn, when the world seemed poised on a blade's edge, when the horizon held promise and peril in its grasp. Yet, this day unfolded differently. The scent of wet earth and distant smoke curled into the air like ghosts, haunting the dreams of those who dared to envision conquest. The echoes of clashing swords reverberated through his mind, a symphony of chaos that both thrilled and terrified him. This was the moment when empires were forged and broken, when dreams bled into the soil, nourishing a future that could as easily be drenched in blood. Bindusara's heart raced, a drumbeat resonating with the fears that gnawed at him. His father, Chandragupta, had carved an empire from the ashes of anarchy, but the weight of that legacy pressed down like a stone. He was the son expected to uphold an empire, yet his heart wrestled with a deeper yearning, a desire not just for power, but for understanding. With every conquest, he felt the tremors of what lay beneath, the lives uprooted and dreams extinguished. What good was an empire built on the bones of the innocent? His thoughts spiraled, tugging at him, and he turned his gaze toward his loyal general, Seleucus, a man whose life had been a tapestry of loyalty painted in shades of blood and sweat. They had fought side by side, their bond a crucible of shared victories and unspoken fears. Yet, even Seleucus held a darkness, a hunger to expand, to dominate the lands that stretched beyond the known horizon, a hunger that could consume them both. "You seem troubled, my lord," Seleucus remarked, his voice slicing through the silence with the sharpness of a dagger. "A king cannot afford doubt." Bindusara smiled, but it felt brittle, like glass underfoot. "Doubt is a luxury, my friend, but tell me, what does it profit a king to conquer if he cannot understand the hearts of those he lays waste to?" Seleucus's brow furrowed, the flicker of irritation barely contained. "Understanding is folly. The world respects strength, not sentiment. With every victory, we build not just our empire, but our legend." And therein lay the marrow of their conflict, the delicate balance between heart and ambition, a pendulum swinging dangerously close to the brink. Bindusara was torn, caught in a tempest of emotion that threatened to tear him apart. I remember a fleeting moment, a memory of the wind whispering through the trees, the laughter of children playing in the fields, so stark against the backdrop of war. The thought of those innocent faces haunted him as he contemplated his next move. Would he be just another conqueror, another whisper in the annals of history, or could he rise above the blood-soaked legacy of his father? The ghosts of the past lingered, echoing in his thoughts like a haunting refrain. As night fell deeper and the stars blinked into existence, the weight of his decision closed in on him. He needed to act, but the fear of what that action might unleash gripped him tighter than any chain. He turned to Seleucus once more, his voice a mere breath. "What if our strategies lead to ruin, Seleucus? What if in seeking to extend our reach, we forge our own downfall?" Seleucus's eyes narrowed, calculating. Fear is a treacherous companion, Bindusara. It can paralyze us, or it can fuel our resolve. We must strike first if we wish to stand tall. The kingdoms around us are restless, they will not wait for our understanding. And in that moment, Bindusara felt the raw heat of fear and desire collide within him, a raging tempest. He thought of his mother, of the warmth of her embrace and the stories she had woven around him like a cocoon. Was love worth more than conquest? Was compassion a trait a king could afford? Tell me, Seleucus, what does it mean to conquer? The question had escaped his lips before he could catch it, laden with vulnerability and regret, revealing the cracks in his armor. Seleucus's expression softened, a flicker of understanding passing between them. To conquer is to open the door to new possibilities, but also to close the doors to others. Every choice we make ripples across time, binding us to the fates of those we touch, whether in blood or friendship. As Bindusara stood there, the weight of Seleucus's words struck him like a hammer against iron. The night deepened, shadows coiling tighter, and he knew that the dawn would bring choices that would haunt him for all eternity. The tension spiraled, a noose tightening around his chest, blending fear and hope, ambition and compassion. Across the land, fires burned, both literal and metaphorical, marking the territories they aimed to conquer. Each flame danced with the souls of the lost, flickering reminders of the cost of ambition. Would he sacrifice understanding at the altar of conquest? Would he allow history to cast him as just another monster in its ever-growing pantheon? The clock in the shadows ticked on, an incessant reminder that time was slipping away, and soon there would be no turning back. In the heart of it all, Bindusara stood, a king torn between legacies, a son wrestling with the shadows of his father, a man on the precipice of defining not just his fate, but the fate of countless others. And as the world around him lay in wait, he felt the pulse of destiny quicken, the air crackling with the promise of blood and glory, a promise that resonated with both the ecstasy of power and the agony of loss. The dawn would come, and with it, decisions that would echo through eternity. In that moment, standing beneath a shroud of stars, he made a choice. But what that choice would be, only time could tell. The moon hung low, blood-red and swollen, casting an eerie glow on the marble pillars of Pataliputra. The night was thick, heavy with tension, as if the very air conspired against the fragile peace that sat on the fringes of the realm. I stood there, heart racing, breath shallow, watching as shadows danced along the walls, shadows of men whose souls carried burdens heavier than their swords. They were entangled in a web of ambition and fear, every whisper a dagger, every glance a loaded gun. Bindusara, the emperor, stood in the center of the chamber, his regal presence almost palpable. Yet there was a flicker of uncertainty in his steel-grey eyes, an unsettling reflection of the storm brewing within. He was a man torn between duty and desire, the crown a gilded ball and chain that anchored him to the ground, tethering him to the demands of an empire sprawling like a fevered dream across dusty maps. The Hellenistic world beckoned with promises of trade and wisdom, yet it felt like a mirage, one that could slip through his fingers at any moment. "Are they coming?" The voice of his closest advisor, a man named Donna, trembled like a leaf caught in a tempest. Donna was a man of words, each syllable laced with tension, each breath a prayer. He was the anchor to Bindusara's turbulent sea, yet even he could feel the weight of impending disaster. I could see it in the way his hands fidgeted, the way his eyes darted to the door, as if expecting death itself to burst through at any moment. "I remember when the stars aligned to assure us of victory," Bindusara said, his voice a low rumble, echoing off the stone walls. "But what is victory without alliances? What is a kingdom without trust?" He turned, his gaze piercing through the darkness. I felt that gaze, sharp and cold, cutting through the atmosphere like a knife. It sought answers that lay buried beneath layers of political deceit and personal longing. Somewhere, perhaps, it looked for old dreams or forgotten oaths, promises made in the quiet of night, when the world felt small enough to conquer. The tension shifted, and suddenly, the air crackled with the sound of footsteps, heavy and deliberate. A figure emerged from the shadows, Anchises, the Hellenistic envoy, cloaked in a garb of silk that shimmered like a serpent's skin. He was a man who knew power, who played the game with confidence wrapped in charm. Yet, beneath that polished exterior lay a tempest of ambition and desperation. His eyes, dark and calculating, bore into Bindusara, a challenge and an invitation wrapped in one. Bindusara, he said, the name rolling off his tongue like honey laced with poison. Your kingdom stands at a crossroad. Will you extend your hand to the west, or shall we both drown in the waters of isolation? I could feel the weight of those words, thick and suffocating. Bindusara's fingers brushed against the hilt of his sword, a reflexive movement that betrayed the tempest within him. He was a warrior king, forged in the fires of battle, yet here he was, fighting a war of whispers and shadows. His face hardened, the resolve within him igniting like a flame licking at dry wood. I will not be swayed by empty promises, he replied, his voice steady, each word a stone thrown against the tide. You come here with gifts and flattery, but tell me, Anchises, what lies behind those golden doors you offer? What sacrifices do you demand? Anchises leaned in, his smile a glint of silver amidst the shadows. Sacrifice is the currency of power, my dear emperor. But what if I told you that the sacrifice could be shared? That together, we could forge a legacy that would echo through the ages. The air thickened with the weight of that statement, heavy and electric. I could see Bindusara's heart race, the conflict within him palpable. Would he abandon the ancestral bonds of his past in pursuit of a future entwined with the children of the West? It was a decision that clawed at his very essence, a question that echoed through every corner of his soul. And then there was Donna, who stood trembling, caught between the tides of loyalty and reason. He had watched his friend wrestle with demons that haunted the corridors of his mind. Bindusara, don't let ambition blind you. Remember what the elders taught us, trust is the bedrock of any alliance. Without it, we are but phantoms in a fog. But the weight of the world was on Bindusara's shoulders, pressure building like a storm threatening to break. I remember, he whispered, the memories flooding back like a relentless tide. I remember the old ways, the bonds forged in blood. Yet the world was shifting, changing like the seasons, and he stood at the precipice of a choice that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. The room spun, the shadows elongated, and reality twisted into something surreal, like a dream teetering on the edge of waking. Anchises laughed, a sound that echoed through the chamber like shards of glass. The past is a heavy chain, Bindusara. It anchors you to what was, while the future waits, shimmering like a mirage. What will it take to make you see? I won't turn my back on my ancestors, Bindusara declared, but uncertainty flickered in his gaze. The ghosts of his lineage loomed large, their whispers echoing in the silence. Yet, behind that facade of strength, there lay a man wrestling with his own desires, the allure of power beckoning like a siren song. As the tension thickened, I could feel the air crackle around us, an electric charge pulsating through the room. The shadows danced, weaving a tapestry of ambition, fear, and unspoken dreams, all swirling together. A confrontation loomed in the distance, an emotional climax that threatened to shatter the fragile peace. The moon hung heavy in the sky, an unblinking witness to the drama unfolding below. Time seemed to stretch, like elastic, as I held my breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of wills. Bindusara and Anchises, two worlds on a collision course, each fueled by their own flawed desires, standing on the brink of a decision that could change everything. In that moment, the world beyond the stone walls faded into obscurity, leaving only the echoes of their hearts, pulsing, racing, pounding against the silence of destiny. The shadows whispered the secrets of the universe, and I could only watch as the weight of history hung in the balance, a fragile thread ready to snap, ushering in the chaos of a new dawn. The moon hung low, a ghostly sentinel watching over the ruins of Kalinga, its silvery light pooling over the blood-stained earth like a cruel spotlight on a stage of horrors. I remember that night vividly, the air thick with the acrid stench of smoke and despair. I could almost hear the cries of the dying, whispers of the past bleeding into the silence, each echo a reminder of the choices not yet made, the futures not yet sealed. The battlefield lay strewn with bodies, broken souls, shattered dreams, and in that moment, I was not merely a spectator, I was the ghost hovering over the carnage, feeling every heartbeat, every shudder of fear clawing at the edges of my own heart. Ashoka stood there, a towering figure carved from anguish and ambition, his sword still glistening with the remnants of life he had extinguished. I watched him, a man twisted by the weight of his own decisions, those haunted eyes searching for meaning among the wreckage. He had tasted victory, but at what cost? The cheers of his soldiers rang hollow, a devastating symphony played for an empty audience. Each shout was a dagger plunging deeper into his conscience, a reminder of the bloodlust that had gripped him like a fever, and the chilling realization that his name would forever be etched in infamy. But this was not merely a story of warfare, this was a dance of shadows and light. In the flickering flames, I caught a glimpse of Kaurwaki, a fierce warrior with a heart as wild as the winds that swept over the battlefield. She had fought with unmatched ferocity, her spirit as untamed as the stars above, burning brightly but fleetingly. I could see her, standing at the edge of the chaos, eyes ablaze, yet filled with an unfathomable sorrow. Her love for Ashoka was a tempest, a storm raging against the calm of her reason. She had seen him rise, become a conqueror, and now watched as he descended into darkness. I remember, she whispered under her breath, a mantra against the overwhelming tide of grief. I remember our laughter, the dreams we wove beneath the same stars that now watch over this desolation. But those dreams lay in tatters at their feet, blown away like ashes in the wind. Her heart broke in rhythm with the world around her, each crack echoing through that silent night. Ashoka turned, eyes meeting hers, a connection forged in despair, a moment that felt like an eternity. "I did this for us," he said, though the words tasted bitter, a lie wrapped in the remnants of truth. Had he truly believed that conquering the world could win her heart, vanquish the ghosts that haunted him? The silence stretched between them, thick and suffocating, a chasm filled with unspoken words, every syllable a weight that could shatter what little remained of their bond. But the stars above were indifferent, and as Kaurwaki's heart quivered with betrayal, shadows danced around them, weaving history into a tapestry of blood and sacrifice. These were not the moments of glory that poets would later inscribe on scrolls, these were the raw, unfiltered seconds where humanity hung by a thread, and every choice felt like a plunge into an abyss of despair. In the distance, the cries of the wounded punctuated the night, a haunting symphony of pain. "I remember the warmth of your touch," Kaurwaki said, her voice breaking, rough like gravel. "But now, it feels like a ghost has taken your place." The realization hit Ashoka like a tidal wave, crashing over him, drowning out the cheers of victory, the glory of conquest. Here, amidst the ruins, the true cost of his ambition bore down upon him, a relentless weight that threatened to crush the very breath from his lungs. Time itself felt warped, the clock ticking relentlessly toward an uncertain future. Memories swirled like autumn leaves caught in a storm, laughter shared over simple meals, the warmth of hands held in secret, the sweet promise of a future that now lay buried beneath layers of bloodshed. Each moment replayed in vivid clarity, a tangled web of joy and sorrow, casting shadows on their hearts. And there I was, a mere observer, feeling every heartbeat reverberate through me. I could almost taste Kaurwaki's despair, a bittersweet concoction of love and loss that left a metallic tang in my mouth. She turned her back on Ashoka, unable to confront the man he had become. "You are not the man I loved," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper, yet it pierced through the night, sharp and unforgiving. Ashoka reached for her, fingers trembling, but the distance between them felt insurmountable, a chasm carved by the very events he had orchestrated. "No. You can't leave me," he pleaded, desperation clawing at his throat. "I need you." I thought, but his words tumbled into the void, falling flat against the cold reality of their situation. In the shadows, the battlefield whispered secrets. The ghost of Kalinga danced in the flames, bearing witness to the turmoil, the love betrayed. As Ashoka stood there, torn between the world he had built and the one he had destroyed, I felt the weight of history press upon my chest like an iron shackle. Time blurred, each second stretching into infinity, moments tangled like the fates of the characters I had come to know. I could sense the inevitability of their choices, the path laid out before them both littered with the bones of their forebears. Would Ashoka rise, becoming the emperor who could unite a fractured land, or would he be forever haunted by the ghosts of Kalinga, a king ensnared in his own ambition? Would Korwaki find the strength to forgive, to see beyond the blood to the man she once loved, or would she turn away, leaving him to drown in his own darkness? The tension crackled in the air, an electric pulse vibrating through the night, a heartbeat echoing the conflict, the fight for redemption, the struggle for love amidst the ashes of war. As I stood there, a silent witness to this unfolding tragedy, I knew one thing: the rise of Ashoka had only just begun, and the shadows that lingered in Kalinga would not easily be dispelled. The night wore on, silence thickening like a shroud, the future resting precariously on a knife's edge, waiting for the moment to tip, for the breath to catch in the throat, for history to carve its name in the annals of time once more. The wind howled through the ancient city of Pataliputra, carrying with it the distant echo of 1,000 whispered fears. Cries of anguish mingled with the rustling leaves, wrapping the streets in a shroud of uncertainty. I stood there, heart racing, as the weight of history pressed down upon my chest like a suffocating fog. It was the kind of night that made you question the very foundation of your beliefs, where shadows danced on the walls and reason seemed like a mocking ghost. I remember the first time I saw Ashoka, towering and resolute, his presence a paradox of strength and vulnerability. He was not just a king, he was a man tormented by the bloodstains of his past, each drop a reminder of the conquests that had carved his kingdom from the flesh of the earth. His eyes, dark pools of despair, burned with the intensity of 1,000 suns, reflecting the inner turmoil of a ruler who had tasted victory and found it bitter. And then there was Kalinga, a name that sent shivers down my spine like the icy grip of a winter's night. The battlefield sprawled before Ashoka like a canvas of chaos, where the cries of the dying mingled with the clashing of swords, a grotesque symphony that echoed in the hollow chambers of his heart. I could almost see him standing there, overwhelmed, as the cries of mothers for their lost sons echoed in the air, each sound a dagger piercing his soul. Kalinga was not just a battle, it was the crucible that transformed a conqueror into a philosopher. In the aftermath of destruction, Ashoka stood amidst the desolation, grappling with the ghosts of his choices. The stench of blood and despair clung to him, an invisible cloak that he could never shed. I felt his anguish as if it were my own, a visceral agony that tightened my throat. How do you govern a kingdom when your own heart is a battlefield? How do you lead when your conscience screams louder than the cries of victory? But it was not just Ashoka who struggled. I saw his confidant, Vayu, a man whose loyalty was unwavering yet whose spirit was shackled by doubt. Vayu was the voice of reason, but even his words seemed heavy with the weight of impending doom. "Your edicts, my king," he would whisper, his voice trembling. "They must reflect the change you seek within." I could see Vayu wrestling with his own demons, torn between the loyalty he owed to Ashoka and the moral compass that guided his heart. Each conversation became a battleground, where the clash of ideals left scars deeper than any sword could carve. "Change is hard," Vayu would say, his eyes searching Ashoka's, desperately searching for a sign that hope still lingered. "But it is necessary. You must lead with compassion, not fear." The intensity of his words hung in the air like the lingering smoke of a pyre, thick and suffocating. I could feel the tension between them, the silent acknowledgement that the path ahead was fraught with danger, each step a delicate dance on a tightrope stretched over a chasm of despair. Then there was Aditi, a woman whose spirit was as fierce as the flames that consumed the city in Ashoka's wake. A fierce activist, she fought tirelessly for the rights of the oppressed, the very souls Ashoka's conquests had trampled upon. She was a storm wrapped in silk, her voice a clarion call for justice amidst the cacophony of injustice. But even her fire flickered in the face of Ashoka's tumultuous reign. I could see her struggle, the passion that lit her eyes clashing with the grief of those who had fallen silent. "Your edicts must breathe life into this dying world," she would implore, her hands shaking with urgency. Her words were a tidal wave crashing against Ashoka's fortress of guilt, each plea a desperate attempt to awaken the dormant compassion within him. "You have the power to change lives, to bring hope where there is none." But beneath her fervor lay a deep-seated fear, the fear that perhaps Ashoka was too far gone, too entrenched in his own darkness to become the beacon of light he once aspired to be. As days turned into nights, the city pulsed with an unease that seeped into the very fabric of its existence. I could feel the heartbeat of Pataliputra, a rhythm of uncertainty echoing through its streets. The edicts, his promises carved in stone, were a lifeline, but they also felt like chains binding him to his past. Every time Ashoka gazed upon the inscriptions, I felt the weight of history pressing down upon his shoulders, a burden that seemed insurmountable. The air crackled with tension, each moment stretching into eternity. I found myself standing at the precipice, teetering between hope and despair. I remember the night of the storm, when the heavens opened, as if the universe itself wept for the blood spilt on the battlefield. Ashoka, Vayu, and Aditi stood beneath the downpour, the rain mingling with their tears, three souls bound by a shared destiny, grappling with the consequences of a world that demanded sacrifice. In that fleeting moment, I realized that the edicts were not just words etched in stone, they were the very essence of humanity striving to rise from the ashes of conflict. They were a desperate plea for compassion, for understanding in a world that felt achingly indifferent. I felt Ashoka's anguish rip through me, the weight of his choices threatening to crush my spirit. With every heartbeat, I felt the pendulum of fate swinging, the uncertainty of tomorrow looming large. Would Ashoka rise as a beacon of hope or remain a prisoner of his past? The shadows whispered secrets, taunting us with the possibility that redemption was just out of reach. And then, in the deepest silence of that stormy night, the realization hit me like a jolt of lightning: this was not just Ashoka's struggle, it was ours. The search for meaning, for redemption, for a governance rooted in compassion rather than conquest was a universal plight. And as I stood there, witnessing the raw, unfiltered emotions of these three souls, I felt an inexplicable connection, a thread weaving through time, binding us all in this tumultuous pursuit of a better world. The storm raged on, but so did their resolve. And in that chaos, in the heart of despair, hope flickered like a distant star, a promise that perhaps, just perhaps, a new governance philosophy could emerge from the ruins of the past, a philosophy where compassion reigned, where the edicts of Ashoka became a symbol of transformation, not just for a kingdom, but for the entire human heart. The air was thick with the scent of blood and smoke, a perfume that clung to the skin like a lover's last embrace. The sounds of clashing steel rang like a relentless drum, each strike echoing the heartbeat of a land caught between the desires of men and the cries of the dying. I remember the sun, a merciless ball of fire, casting its gaze down upon the battlefield, illuminating the chaos, revealing the scars of humanity laid bare. In that moment, Ashoka stood amidst the turmoil, his heart a tempest. He was not yet the emperor, not yet the beacon of peace he would one day become. No, he was merely a warrior, a king in the making, his hand stained with the very essence of life and death. He fought for glory, for conquest, for the thrill that surged through his veins like molten lava. Yet, beneath that bravado lay a tremor of doubt, a whisper of conscience that gnawed at his soul with every enemy he felled. Each scream pierced his heart, a haunting reminder that glory is nothing but a mask worn over tragedy. And there, like a shadow creeping into the light, was Kalinga, a kingdom vibrant and fierce, rich with culture and spirit, yet teetering on the precipice of destruction. I remember the faces of the Kalinga warriors, their eyes fierce with defiance, hearts pounding against the impending doom. Among them was Dhananjaya, a man torn between loyalty to his homeland and the love for his family, who watched with terrified eyes, knowing that the war would claim many lives. Dhananjaya fought not just for his people but for the laughter of his children, the warmth of his wife's embrace, a future he could scarcely dare to hope for as the ground trembled beneath the weight of steel and suffering. As arrows rained down like dark omens, I remember the moment Dhananjaya locked eyes with Ashoka across the battlefield. Time slowed, the chaos fading to a distant murmur. In that fleeting glance, they were not enemies, they were two souls caught in the web of fate, staring into the abyss of war's cruel design. Ashoka, with the fire of ambition burning in his chest, saw in Dhananjaya's eyes the reflection of his own inner turmoil. The weight of the crown felt heavier than the sword he wielded. What am I fighting for, he thought, as the realization began to seep in. This was no mere conquest, this was a slaughter. The ground beneath them turned into a morass of mud and blood, and the sun, once a herald of hope, became a cruel overseer. I remember the cries of the wounded, the moaning of the dying, a cacophony that merged into a haunting symphony, playing on repeat in Ashoka's mind. He could almost hear the heartbeat of Kalinga, thrumming with life even as it gasped for breath. Each life taken was a thread pulled from the tapestry of existence, and with each thread, he felt more entangled in a web of remorse. Night fell like a shroud, cloaking the battlefield in shadows, and in that darkness, the ghosts of the slain began to whisper. They floated like ethereal specters, their faces twisted in pain, pleading for remembrance. "Remember us," they seemed to say, echoing through the silence, suffocating in its intensity. Ashoka, alone amidst the fallen, knelt in the mud, his heart heavy with the weight of 1,000 lifetimes lost. "What have I done?" The question clawed at him, a beast unleashed from the depths of his soul. And Dhananjaya, amidst the ruins of his home, clutched a child's broken toy, the remnants of innocence crushed under the weight of war. His rage ignited like a wildfire, consuming his reason. "This is my home," he cried into the night, his voice raw with grief. But deep within, a flicker of doubt ignited. Was this bloodshed worth the cost? Was this the legacy he wished to leave for his children? The next day dawned with a heavy silence, the ground soaked in sorrow. The ghosts lingered, whispering tales of love, laughter, and lives unlived. Ashoka rose, transformed, not just a prince with ambitions, but a man shackled by the ghosts of his deeds. He had sought to expand his empire, but in the expanding, he had lost something far more precious than land. He had lost his humanity. And as the final clash approached, both men, Ashoka and Dhananjaya, stood at the precipice of destiny, their hearts thundering in unison. The air was thick with anticipation, a taut string ready to snap. Ashoka, sword drawn, faced the man who stood as a mirror to his own conflict, the embodiment of everything he sought yet feared. "This isn't just about conquest," he murmured, words lost to the wind but echoing through the hearts of those who fought. "It's about the lives we destroy, the futures we forsake." But Dhananjaya, with the fire of his ancestors igniting his spirit, would not back down. "Then let us fight for those who cannot," he roared, his voice breaking through the din of war, and in that moment, they understood, this war was more than a battle for land, it was a fight for souls, for remembrance, for the very core of who they were. The clash that followed was not merely of swords but of ideals, dreams, and the relentless quest for peace buried beneath the ashes of conflict. They fought not just to win but to awaken the truth that lay buried beneath layers of hurt and ambition. As the dust settled, and the cries of the living mingled with the echoes of the departed, Ashoka realized that the price of conquest was too steep, and in that painful realization, the seed of peace began to take root in the war-torn earth. Time passed, but the shadows of Kalinga would linger, haunting, yet illuminating the path forward. Each heartbeat echoed the unyielding desire for change, for a world where swords would give way to words, where love would triumph over loss. And as the sun began to rise once more, both men, once enemies, now unlikely allies, stood against the horizon, a testament to the scars of war and the possibility of rebirth. The ghosts of the past whispered still, but now their voices spoke of hope, of healing, a new chapter just beginning to unfold. The battlefield is a cacophony of sorrow, the air thick with the stench of blood and charred earth. I remember the moment the sun dipped behind the horizon, turning the sky an ominous shade of crimson, like the very color of betrayal. Bodies lay strewn about, lifeless, their vacant eyes wide open, staring into an abyss that none could comprehend. The cries of the wounded echoed in my ears, a haunting symphony of agony and despair. In that grotesque theater of war, I was not a king, I was a haunted man, one who had traded his soul for a crown. Ashoka, the warrior, the conqueror, yet here I stood, trapped in the throes of my own nightmares. I remember the faces of those I had slain, the families torn apart, the children left to wander in endless grief. I remember the weight of my sword, its cold steel a reminder that I wielded not just a weapon, but a fate. Each swing echoed a decision, a moment of wrath that spiraled into chaos. I was a monster, cloaked in the guise of a king. But in that darkness, a flicker of light emerged. I can still feel the presence of a monk, a figure draped in simple robes, radiating an unsettling calm amidst the carnage. His eyes, pools of quiet wisdom, locked onto mine with an intensity that sent a shiver coursing down my spine. "Do not let your heart be hardened," he whispered, his voice a gentle breeze against the roaring tide of grief and guilt that threatened to drown me. He was a reminder that hope could exist even in despair. Each word he spoke wrapped around me, squeezing my heart like a vice. The path of violence leads to sorrow, Ashoka. To conquer the world is easy, to conquer oneself is the true victory. I remember his gaze penetrating the armor I wore, the facade I crafted to shield my wounded spirit. How could he see through my pretense? I was a king, yet I felt so small, so insignificant. In that moment, I felt the earth shift beneath my feet. It was as though the universe itself had paused, holding its breath, waiting for my next move. I could sense the shadows closing in, my past haunted me, its whispers maddening. I was drawn to the monk, his essence untainted by the bloodshed that engulfed me. I felt an inexplicable yearning, a craving for something beyond conquest, beyond the incessant thirst for power that gnawed at my insides like a ravenous beast. But then darkness shattered my reverie. I heard the anguished wails of a mother, cradling her lifeless child, and the world erupted into chaos around me. My heart raced, pounding against my chest like a trapped animal. I watched as she wept, her grief resonating with my own buried sorrow. I had become the architect of her pain, the very embodiment of her nightmares. And there stood my brother, a mirror of my own turmoil, his face twisted in anger and confusion. "You've lost yourself, Ashoka. This madness will consume you." His voice was both an accusation and a plea. He was my tether to humanity, yet I felt the chasm between us widen with every drop of blood spilled at my command. I was the king, but the crown felt heavier than any burden I had ever shouldered. The monk's presence lingered like an ephemeral dream, a beacon in the dark. I remember his soft smile, offering the promise of redemption, a chance to rewrite my narrative, to emerge from the shadows of violence. It was intoxicating, yet terrifying. I stood at a crossroads, teetering between the weight of my lineage and the yearning for peace that bubbled beneath the surface. "Do you dare to dream of a world untainted by bloodshed?" he asked, his gaze unwavering. In that instant, I felt a tremor of hope rise within me, fragile yet unwavering. Could I truly step away from the abyss? Could I dismantle the empire built upon anguish? The thought was both exhilarating and paralyzing, a delicate balance of fear and desire. I glanced at the battlefield once more, the faces of the fallen etched into my mind, a gallery of regret. Each moment unfurled like a fragile petal in the wind, overwhelming and exquisite. I yearned to cradle my brother's hand, to embrace him in solidarity, to reassure him that I could change. Yet, the shadows loomed large, a constant reminder of the blood that stained my hands. Then, with a swift motion, I knelt beside the grieving mother, the weight of my crown pressing down like an anchor trying to drag me into the depths of despair. "Forgive me," I whispered, my voice trembling, the words tasting foreign on my tongue. She turned to me, eyes filled with an unyielding storm, a tempest of sorrow and rage. Would she ever forgive a man like me? In that moment, I felt the walls I had built around my heart begin to crack. I remembered the teachings of the monk, the whispers of compassion that had ignited a spark within me. Suddenly, I was aware of the universe stretching out infinitely, as if to say that I was just a flicker in the grand tapestry of existence. The wind howled, a mournful song that echoed my turmoil. It was then that I decided to abandon the path of violence, to seek solace in the teachings of compassion and love. I stood, my heart pounding in my chest, and in that very breath, I felt the world shift. The shadows receded, replaced by a glimmer of light, a promise of something greater. But the night was far from over, the clock ticking relentlessly, reminding me that time was an unforgiving master. As I stepped into the unknown, the weight of my resolution hung heavy in the air, a promise that would reverberate through eternity, shaping not just my destiny but the lives of countless souls. And so, I turned away from the battlefield, my heart a maelstrom of hope and fear, stepping into the embrace of a new dawn. I remember the monk's smile, the quiet strength radiating from him as I made my choice, and the echoes of a world on the brink of transformation. With every heartbeat, I felt the universe shift, as if the cosmos conspired to guide me on this perilous journey of reawakening. The confrontation was not yet over, the echoes of my past dancing around me, but I had chosen a new path, one of serenity, a journey toward understanding the true meaning of power. And the shadows, once relentless, began to transform into symbols of growth and change, whispering tales of redemption yet to unfold. In that moment, I knew, this was my turning point, a choice that would reverberate through time like the peal of a distant bell, calling me toward the light that lay just beyond the horizon. The air crackled with the weight of silence, the kind that follows a thunderclap, every heartbeat felt like a countdown. I was there, standing at the edge of a blood-stained battlefield, the acrid scent of death swirling thickly around me. Ashoka, the once fearsome warrior, stood at the center, his hands trembling, not from fear but from something far more profound, a deep, unsettling realization that clawed at the walls of his heart. What have I done? The question hung in the air like a specter, one he couldn't shake off. Before him lay the remnants of a glorious conquest turned grotesque. Men, once vibrant, filled with dreams and laughter, now reduced to lifeless husks, their eyes frozen in terror and disbelief. I remember their faces, I remember the echo of their cries that haunted the corners of my mind. Ashoka's empire, once a tapestry of resplendent colors, now dripped in shades of crimson, a haunting reminder of ambition unchecked. And there, amidst the chaos, stood his brother, Vitashoka, eyes aflame with a rage that threatened to consume him. You think this is glory, he spat, each word laced with venom. You've painted a masterpiece of despair. Ashoka's gaze slid to the ground, the weight of his brother's accusation crashing over him like a merciless tide. He felt the remnants of a soldier still coiled within him, but no longer did he crave victory, he craved redemption. It was a war not just against others, but a battle raging within. I thought I could change this, he whispered, voice cracking under the strain. But now, I feel I've lost myself. Ashoka's transformation began here, on this battlefield, amid the whispers of the dead. He saw the shadows of the fallen, their faces flickering in the corners of his vision, pleading for peace. The cries of the mothers, the wails of the children, they echoed endlessly, drumming against the walls of his sanity. Do they forgive me? He dared to ask the ghosts, the very thought of which sent shivers coursing through his spine. Can I ever forgive myself? Vitashoka stepped closer, his heart heavy with conflict. You speak of peace, brother, yet your hands are soaked in blood. Can a tiger ever befriend a lamb? He was both right and wrong. In this moment, Ashoka was neither. He was a man aflame with guilt and a longing for something greater than himself. No, I am a man who has tasted both power and its poison, he murmured, and the gravity of his words threaded through the air, binding them tightly. Every heartbeat echoed a promise, a new chapter waiting to be written. He envisioned a world stripped of violence, a realm where compassion blossomed like wildflowers between the cracks of despair. But how to achieve this? His heart thundered with uncertainty. He had always wielded a sword, not a message. The thought terrified him, yet it ignited a flicker of hope. I will send forth my emissaries, my soul's warriors, he declared, the words hot against the backdrop of dusk. I will spread the teachings of the Buddha, sowing seeds of peace where there is Ramsa. The night wrapped around him, a swirling cloak of shadows and whispers, holding his vulnerabilities close. Ashoka felt the tingle of purpose surge within him, both exhilarating and excruciating. He remembered his first encounter with the teachings, a quiet night spent beneath the stars, the moon illuminating the path to enlightenment. The words of the Buddha had seeped into him like a balm, and in that moment, he had glimpsed an ocean of possibilities. Now he had to take the plunge. Will you join me? He asked Vitashoka, voice barely above a whisper. The weight of the question hung over them, thick and heavy, like fog clinging to the ground at dawn. Vitashoka's face contorted in disbelief. You wish me to abandon the sword? To preach to those who would rather see us dead? His laughter was bitter, a sound like glass shattering. But Ashoka, fueled by desperation, reached out, his hand trembling. I don't expect you to understand, he implored, but I cannot bear to see this cycle continue. We have a chance to transform our legacy from that of conquerors to that of saviors. Tears brimmed in Ashoka's eyes, a rawness that clawed at the stony facade he had built. Help me, Vitashoka. Help me be the man I was meant to be. In that moment, the world around them shifted. A flurry of memories danced in Ashoka's mind, the laughter of children, the soft whispers of lovers, the camaraderie of friendship, all drowned out by the cacophony of war. I remember, he began, voice thick with emotion, the moments when we were young, free of this burden. We spoke of dreams beyond the horizon, and now look at us. The night deepened, the stars flickering like forgotten hopes. Vitashoka studied his brother, the anguish etched upon his face, and for the first time, he saw not a conqueror, but a man drowning in remorse. Perhaps, he muttered, uncertainty threading through his voice. But I fear the world is not ready for your dream. Readiness doesn't matter, Ashoka replied, a fire igniting in his chest. It's the message that must be delivered. He envisioned sending envoys, emissaries bearing the teachings of compassion, love, and understanding, embarking on a mission that could shift the tide of their fate. Their journey would not be easy, there would be anger and resistance, but the potential for change pulsed like a heartbeat, steady and insistent. With a sigh, Ashoka stepped back, wrestling with his own demons. "And what of our legacy?" he asked, a question steeped in hesitation. "What will they remember of us?" As dawn approached, painting the horizon in hues of orange and gold, Ashoka smiled through the tears. "Let them remember us not as tyrants but as men who dared to dream." His heart thudded against his ribs, each beat a promise to the fallen. The real battle was just beginning, and with it, the chance to resurrect a new world from the ashes of despair. "Let's begin, brother," he said, and with that, they stepped together into the unknown, two men caught between the shadows of the past and the light of a fragile hope. The journey toward compassion was fraught with peril, but in their hearts, the embers of change glowed, waiting for the wind to fan them into a blazing fire. Here's a scene that will wrench your heart and hold it hostage. The marketplace buzzes with life, the scent of spices, the clash of haggling voices, the clinking of coins, yet, amid this cacophony, there's a hush, a chill that slithers down the spine, wrapping around the throats of women who stand in the shadows, their eyes darting, knowing more than they dare to voice. I remember a young woman, Kalpana, her hands trembling, fingers stained with the colors of the turmeric she ground that morning. She's not just grinding spices, she's grinding her dreams into the dust, each turn of the stone a reminder of the weight on her shoulders. "One more day," she whispers, but the words feel like choking smoke, heavy with despair. It's not just the weight of her family's survival that crushes her spirit, but the gnawing reality that even in freedom, choices are shackled. The Maurya Empire towers above like a giant, its might palpable, yet its women are mere whispers in the wind, their voices drowned in the thunder of power. Beside her is Misha, her sister, fierce yet fearful, eyes aflame with rebellion and sorrow. "Look at them, Kalpana. They treat us like ghosts, as if we don't exist outside the hearth. We are the shadows under their thrones." She gestures toward the men, sitting high on their pedestals, discussing matters of war and governance while their families toil in silence. Misha's hands clench into fists, she wants to shatter the silence, but fear grips her heart. They've seen what happens to women who speak out, silenced voices, broken bodies, lives reduced to cautionary tales whispered by the nighttime wind. Will we always be invisible? Kalpana asks, and the question hangs like a noose. In that moment, it's not just a personal anguish, it resonates, echoing through centuries, a collective wound shared by countless women who lived and died under the weight of silence. The sun dips low in the sky, casting long shadows, and the city around them transforms into a theater of dreams and nightmares. I remember the sound of laughter, a distant memory. Once, it was sweet and innocent, but now it feels like a haunting echo. The court is alive with the presence of Chandragupta, the empire's ruler, his voice a commanding roar that sends tremors through the very earth. He speaks of conquest, of expansion, but does he remember the women whose sacrifices are buried beneath his ambitions? Kalpana watches as a noblewoman, decorated in silk and gold, glides past, a paragon of beauty and grace, yet cloaked in chains of her own. The noblewoman smiles, but her eyes betray her, there's pain, a longing for something unnameable. We are all prisoners here, Kalpana thinks, clutching the remnants of her dreams like ashes slipping through her fingers. And then there's the clock, ticking ominously, counting down the moments of their lives, echoing in their minds, a reminder that time is relentless as the world outside. Misha's thoughts spiral as she watches the young soldiers march by, pride swelling in their chests, unaware of the dreams that lay shattered beneath their feet. Kalpana, she breathes, what will happen when they come for us? When the wars they wage turn toward our homes, our bodies? Those words hang heavy in the air, a storm losing its battle against the stillness. The sisters stand at the precipice, where hope teeters on the edge of despair. They can feel the tremors beneath their feet, the tremors of a world on the cusp of unraveling. What if we rise? Misha's voice is a whisper, yet it pulses with the fierce heartbeat of rebellion. What if we become the storm? Kalpana shivers at her sister's words, at the thought of standing against the tide. What if we fail, she murmurs, the fear clawing at her throat, suffocating hope. But as Misha grips her arm, a spark ignites within her, a flicker of courage against the encroaching dark. She remembers the stories of the great queens, of warriors who defied the fate written for them, and she feels the weight of their legacy pressing down, urging her to rise. But the clock continues its relentless ticking, a mockery of their struggles, and a chill creeps back in, a reminder that each heartbeat brings them closer to a confrontation they both dread and desire. They understand the stakes, how easily dreams can slip into nightmares, how quickly lives can be extinguished. A sudden shout pierces the air, and the sisters turn to see a man being dragged through the market, bloodied and broken, a warning to others. The horror seeps into their bones, a visceral reminder of the price of defiance. Kalpana's heart races, fear entwining with a fierce determination. "I cannot let this be our end," she whispers. "Not here, not now." As the sun surrenders to the night, stars flicker to life, distant yet brilliant. They whisper of worlds beyond, of possibilities unimagined, and in this moment of darkness, a thin veil of hope unfurls. Kalpana and Misha stand together, two warriors in their own right, souls ignited with a restless desire for change. They may be bound by the chains of their society, their roles defined and confined, but within their hearts, a rebellion stirs, a relentless fire that refuses to be extinguished. Tomorrow, they will rise again, but tonight, they stand at the edge of a precipice, breathing in the weight of their world, the echoes of their ancestors urging them on. The silence may be deafening, but within them, a storm brews, a storm that may yet change everything. The air crackled with tension, a raw, electric charge that coursed through the ranks of soldiers lined against the backdrop of an ominous sky, heavy with unspoken dread. I could hear the distant rumble of drums, a relentless heartbeat that matched the pounding in my chest. I stood among them, feeling every pulse, every shudder, as anxiety coiled tight around my insides. The scent of sweat and iron mingled sharply in the air, a bitter reminder of the impending storm, a signal of the chaos that lurked just beyond the horizon. Then there was Ashoka. I watched him from the corner of my eye. The man, young but haunted, gripped the hilt of his sword so fiercely that his knuckles turned white. His breath came unevenly, and for a moment, I could see the flicker of doubt in his gaze, a flicker that threatened to ignite into full-blown fear. "If I fail," he whispered, though his voice was swallowed by the rising wind, "if I falter, what will I become?" It wasn't just the weight of his family legacy that pressed upon him, it was the agonizing knowledge that failure here could mean death, not just for him, but for the entire army. Beside him was Kaurav, a warrior sculpted from pure defiance. He was a man of the people, driven by a fire that burned deep within his soul. He had seen too much bloodshed, too many allies fall to their knees, and he had vowed never to be a victim again. Yet, as he turned to face Ashoka, I caught a glimpse of vulnerability, a fleeting moment that revealed his own fear of failure. "You're not alone," he said, voice steady yet laced with an undercurrent of desperation. "We either rise together or fall as shadows. Remember that." It was a promise, a pact forged in the fires of their shared conflict. I remember the way the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that danced across the battlefield, the shadows of countless ancestors watching, judging, waiting. In that moment, I understood, the Mauryan military was not just an army, it was a tapestry of hopes and dreams, wounds and scars, woven together by the unyielding threads of loyalty and ambition. Each soldier carried not only their weapon but also their personal ghosts. They were warriors of the night, cloaked in darkness, searching for light. The organization of the Mauryan military was a marvel, a calculated beast fueled by an iron will. Ashoka, burdened with the weight of strategies, tactics, and an ever-watchful eye on each division, struggled to maintain control. His mind raced through formations and maneuvers, recalling every lesson learned in the heat of battle. The infantry units, the cavalry, the archers, their movements choreographed like a grim dance, each step calculated to outmaneuver the enemy. And yet, there was a flicker of doubt gnawing at the edges of his resolve. What if the enemy knew their every move? What if the very structure that had brought them this far was now their greatest vulnerability? The sun vanished, swallowed whole by the horizon, plunging us into darkness, a darkness that whispered secrets and promises of despair. It was then that the tension broke like a dam, and the night erupted into chaos. The enemy charged like a pack of wolves, eyes glinting with bloodlust, and suddenly everything collapsed into a cacophony of screams and steel. I felt my heart race, the visceral fear clawing at my throat as I witnessed the unfurling chaos beneath the pale moonlight. Kaurav surged forward, his battle cry a primal roar that echoed off the walls of the world, and I found myself holding my breath, wishing for his courage, wishing for Ashoka's strength. They fought like men possessed, driven by more than mere survival. They fought for their dreams, for a future painted with the hues of peace and prosperity. With every swing of their swords, they carved out their destinies in blood, sweat, and unyielding resolve. But the reality of war is a cruel mistress. It demands everything, leaving only echoes in return. I remember the moment Kaurav fell, a wound so deep it seemed like the universe paused to take notice. Time froze around him, a cruel reminder that dreams are fragile. Ashoka's face twisted in horror, his heart a heavy stone as he rushed to his fallen friend. The weight of the world crushed down upon him, and in that instant, I felt his despair wrap around me like a vice. "Kaurav!" he screamed, the sound tearing through the air like a jagged blade. But the shadows had claimed him, the darkness swallowing the light of his laughter, the fire of his ambition. The clash of steel faded into an eerie silence, and I found myself standing at the precipice of a chasm, staring into the abyss created by loss and fear. Each breath was a struggle, the weight of the scene before me too great to comprehend. The soldiers, once filled with purpose, now became mere silhouettes against the night, cast adrift in a sea of grief. I could feel the despair as it swept through the ranks, a wave of sorrow that threatened to drown us all. Yet, amid the wreckage of dreams and the shattered remnants of hope, Ashoka stood tall, ignited by the flame of his fallen brother's spirit. A surge of determination washed over him. "We fight for Kaurav. We fight for a future he dreamed of." The words rang out like a beacon, piercing the veil of darkness. The soldiers rallied, and in that moment, fear transformed into fury, despair into defiance. I watched as they surged forward, united, driven by a singular purpose that defied the boundaries of life and death. The Mauryan military was not just an organization, it was a family, a force born from the ashes of sacrifice. I could feel the weight of their history in each clash, each heartbeat, echoing through the night. As the chaos reclaimed its hold, I felt alive, trembling on the edge of something beyond comprehension, a visceral connection to life, loss, and the unyielding desire to push onward into the unknown. The battle raged on, and I was caught in its relentless tide, struggling to hold on as shadows loomed ever closer, ever darker. The air is thick with anticipation, as if the very fabric of the universe holds its breath. In the heart of Pataliputra, the capital of the Maurya Empire, a child watches as artisans carve the face of the Buddha into a slab of stone, each chisel stroke echoing like a heartbeat. The child's name is Arjun, an awkward boy with dirt-streaked cheeks, dreams too big for his small frame. He clutches a handful of clay, fingers trembling, every ounce of him yearning to shape something beautiful in a world that often feels so harsh. I remember the first time I touched that cold stone, he whispers to the shadows, the way it felt like a heartbeat, alive beneath my fingertips. But behind the beauty lies chaos, an undercurrent of fear. The whispers of rebellion swirl like smoke in the streets, and Arjun's heart races with both dread and electric excitement. What does it mean to be free? He looks up, wide-eyed, as the artisans laugh and share tales of the great Ashoka, the emperor who brought unity to a fractured land. Yet, there's a shadow in their laughter, a flicker of something unspoken. They fear the weight of his power, and that fear clings to Arjun like a second skin. Across the market, beneath the vibrant banners painted in hues of saffron and indigo, stands Maya, a woman whose beauty feels almost out of reach, like the stars in a moonless sky. Her hands, skilled in weaving, create tapestries that portray every corner of life, heartbeats woven into fabric. But her heart aches, a silent storm raging within. She remembers a time when love was as simple as a shared meal, but the memory is tainted. I remember the way he laughed, she murmurs to herself, fingers trembling over the threads. I remember the warmth of his hand in mine. Yet, she's trapped in a world where love is a currency, and her talent is both a blessing and a curse. She sees the longing in Arjun's eyes and can't help but feel the tug of their shared dreams. They are kindred spirits, caught in a vast, unforgiving ocean. Will the ripples of our art ever reach the throne? She wonders, a quiet desire igniting her spirit. As the sun begins to set, casting a golden hue over Patalipitra, the air grows thick with tension. A sudden shout splits the evening calm. The king's soldiers are coming. Panic races through the crowd like a wildfire, hearts pounding. Arjun's breath quickens, fear coursing through him as he grasps Maya's hand, their fingers entwined like threads on a loom. They weave through the chaos, dodging the panic-stricken masses, their shared glances igniting a spark of courage. Art speaks where words fail, Maya says, her voice steady despite the storm. If we can't create freely, then what are we? Arjun nods, a fierce determination settling in his bones. But the soldiers march with a heavy hand, shadows draping over the city like a funeral shroud. The air is thick with the impending doom of censorship, of a world where creativity is choked beneath the weight of control. Arjun's heart aches, each beat echoing like a war drum. The soldiers represent the specter of oppression, the fear of losing everything they have fought to create. Do you think they'll silence us? He asks, the question hanging between them like a brittle thread. Maya's eyes flash with defiance, a fire igniting within her. Not if we fight back with our art. Night falls, and the moon hangs heavy in the sky, our witness to their resolve. They gather with other artisans, a motley crew of poets, sculptors, and dreamers, a tapestry of voices woven together in defiance. The shadows dance in the flickering light of the torches, and the air vibrates with urgency. Together, they share stories of resilience, of how every stroke of a brush can be a blow against tyranny, every verse a battle cry. In that moment, something shifts. Arjun can feel the weight of history pressing on his shoulders, the echoes of those who fought before him reverberating in his soul. I remember, he whispers, voice trembling, the stories of the past, the triumphs and heartbreaks, the art that once breathed life into our land. Maya nods, eyes shimmering with understanding, and the group begins to create. They scrawl messages on walls, paint murals that tell stories of hope, of unity. Each stroke is a rebellion, each note is a declaration. They are no longer just artists, they are warriors wielding creativity as their weapon. But the soldiers draw nearer, the sound of marching feet a grim reminder of the stakes. The tension thickens, a palpable force in the air, and the artists stand shoulder to shoulder, hearts pounding in unison. This is our moment, Maya declares, fire in her voice. Let them see us. As the soldiers burst into the courtyard, the clash of swords against shields rings out, a violent symphony that drowns out the whispers of creativity. Arjun's heart races, fear and resolve intertwining. He lunges forward, desperate to protect what they've created and the fragile bonds that hold them together. In that instant, the world shifts. Time slows, and Arjun feels the weight of every heartbeat, every brushstroke, every memory flooding him. I remember, he gasps, the essence of our humanity, the light of our dreams. And just like that, the confrontation begins. The clash of artistry against oppression erupts into chaos, each moment an electric reminder of what it means to fight for your voice. In the midst of the storm, as swords clash and voices rise, something miraculous happens. Amidst the fear, the heartbreak, and the grief, hope emerges, a flicker in the darkness. As Arjun and Maya stand united, hand in hand, they know that whatever happens next, their art will live on, echoing through time, defiant and alive. The shadows stretch long, the moon a silent witness, as history turns. In that moment, the story of the Mauryan Empire becomes more than just a chapter, it transforms into a heartbeat of resilience, a tapestry of art woven with courage and love. With every breath, they fight not just for survival, but for the soul of their empire, a truth that can never be silenced. And so, the struggle continues, a timeless dance of creation and destruction, echoing through the ages, leaving us poised on the edge of our seats, hearts pounding, as the next chapter unfolds. The sun hung low in the sky, a fiery orb bleeding into the horizon, casting long shadows over ancient stone. I could feel the weight of that history pressing down on me, the air thick with the whispers of the past. In that moment, not a soul stirred. The world felt suspended in time, holding its breath, waiting for the echoes that were about to rise from the soil itself. I stood before the great stupa, a colossal relic of Ashoka's reign, its dome looming like a silent sentinel, guarding secrets that time dared not touch. The stones were weathered, worn by centuries of wind and rain, yet they felt alive. Each crack, each crevice, spoke of devotion, of loss, of the fervent hope that had once driven countless souls to build and worship. It was here, where faith and ambition intertwined, that I met them, Maya and Raj, two hearts battered by their own storms. Maya stood at the base, her fingers grazing the ancient stones, tracing patterns only she could see. "Can you feel it?" she whispered, voice trembling with an intensity that rippled through the air like a sudden gust of wind. The pulse of the earth, the heartbeat of 1,000 lives, her eyes glistened, reflecting the golden light, but beneath that shimmer lay an abyss of despair, her dreams crushed beneath the weight of expectation. Raj, leaning against a nearby pillar, his arms crossed tightly over his chest, was a fortress of defiance and regret. His laughter was a mask, a brittle shell that cracked under the pressure of Maya's gaze. "Feel what, Maya?" "The weight of all our ancestors' mistakes." His voice dripped with sarcasm, but the pain was raw. He had always felt small beneath the towering aspirations of those who came before him, crushed under the burden of greatness. "It's not magic, it's just stone." But those stones had witnessed things, battles, love, betrayal. They had borne witness to Ashoka's transformation from a bloodthirsty conqueror to a champion of peace. The pillars stood as a testament, engraved with edicts that echoed across ages, yet Raj only saw them as shackles binding him to a past he didn't choose. "Look closer," Maya urged, her intensity piercing through his cynicism. "They weren't just built to last, they were meant to inspire." She stepped back, arms outstretched as if embracing the very essence of history. "This stupa, it's a gateway. A reminder that we can change, that we are not defined by our lineage." Raj scoffed, the sound bitter in the fading light. "So we can become what? More lost? More broken?" He clenched his fists, the tension coiling in his body like a spring, ready to snap. "Our past is a ghost that haunts us. Do you think those who built this cared about inspiration? They built it to atone, to appease." As his words hung heavy in the air, a chill crept in, curling around us like a forgotten memory. I felt it, a shiver racing down my spine. Were we too, destined to become remnants of our own history, mere echoes of what could have been? Maya's face faltered, the light in her eyes dimming just a fraction. Suddenly, a distant clamor broke the silence, a group of tourists, their laughter ringing hollow against the gravity of the moment. They stumbled over the uneven stones, oblivious to the weight of the lives entwined within the very ground they tread upon. Raj's expression hardened, a flicker of envy igniting within him. "Look at them, so carefree. They have no idea. They don't carry the burden we do." I watched as Maya turned, her heart breaking within the confines of her ribcage. "Maybe they don't have to," she whispered, voice cracking like the stones beneath us. "What if we could let go?" The words hung, fragile like gossamer threads, waiting for someone to grasp them, to pull them tighter. But Raj, stubborn and bruised, shook his head. "Let go? Of what? The stories that haunt us? The mistakes? The expectations?" His chest heaved as if the weight of his thoughts could physically crush him. "We can't just pretend." The sun dipped lower, the shadows lengthening, and in that twilight glow, I saw Maya's resolve harden. Pretending isn't the same as forgetting. It's about living, really living, in spite of everything. She stepped closer to him, her vulnerability raw and unguarded. "You don't have to carry it alone, this weight. We can build something, together. Like they did. Like Ashoka did." Tension crackled between them, the air thick with unspoken fears. Raj's walls began to tremble, fissures appearing in the facade he had so meticulously crafted. "And what if I fail?" he murmured, the words barely escaping his lips. "What if I'm just not enough?" "Then we fail together," she replied, and it felt like a promise. "But at least we'll be free." As the sun dipped below the horizon, flooding the sky with hues of orange and purple, an almost palpable energy surged around them, a fragile thread spun from hope, woven into the fabric of the universe. A breeze stirred, sending a shiver through the stupa, and in that moment, I saw it, the connection, the sacred bond formed through shared pain and the desire for redemption. The past was an inkwell from which they could draw, not an anchor that would drown them. But the shadows lengthened, and soon the stars would emerge, watching, waiting. The echoes of ancient lives surged beneath our feet, whispering secrets lost to time. The pillars of Ashoka stood tall, witnesses to the sorrows and triumphs of humanity, a living testament that even the most flawed could find a path to grace. Tonight, we carve our own story, Maya said, voice resolute, eyes ablaze with unfiltered passion. Let's claim our piece of history. And as the last rays of sunlight surrendered to the encroaching night, I felt the weight of their moment pressing against my heart, a reminder that even in the darkest shadows, flickers of hope could ignite, turning despair into possibility. The stupa loomed, a reminder of an age long past, but it was their time now, and I could only watch as they stepped over the threshold, ready to embrace the unknown, ready to write their own history amidst the ancient stones. In that breathless silence, I realized this was only the beginning. The pillars awaited, strong and unyielding, as the universe conspired to weave their stories into the endless tapestry of time. And as they moved forward, I found myself tethered to their journey, heart racing, caught in the pulse of something greater. The echoes of the past lingered, but they would not define the future. They were ready to rise, and I dared to believe they would not be alone. The sun hung low, a blood-red orb casting long shadows over the fields where laborers toiled. I remember the weight of that heat like a shroud, heavy and suffocating. There was an urgency, an electric pulse crackling through the air, and in the distance, a scream, a mother's wail, a child's cry, echoed across the vastness of the land. It was harvest time, but the joy of reaping was marred by the lingering dread of famine. The soil, once rich and teeming with life, now lay cracked and barren beneath the relentless sun. I remember Dira, her hands calloused and dirt-streaked, relentless in her pursuit of sustenance against the backdrop of despair. She stood there, a warrior queen in the field, her fierce spirit almost palpable. "We will not starve," she whispered to herself, a mantra that danced on the edge of hope and madness. Each seed she planted was a prayer, a desperate act of defiance against the unseen forces that conspired to crush her spirit. And then there was Arjun, his heart tethered to the pulse of the marketplace, where the chaos of trade echoed like a dragon's roar. With each transaction, each copper coin exchanged, he felt the thrill and the fear, the push and pull of commerce, the razor's edge of survival. The weight of his family's expectations bore down on him, a cloak of suffocation draped over his shoulders. "You must bring honor to our name," his father's voice rang in his ears, haunting him, a specter in the crowded bazaars. I remember the tang of spices, the vibrant colors dazzling the eyes, yet all felt muted in comparison to the shadows lurking just beyond the stalls. People haggled with desperation, eyes darting to the horizon as if they could sense the storm brewing, a storm not of rain, but of despair. Arjun stood amidst the throng, a merchant with dreams simmering just beneath his skin, but every smile masked the gnawing fear of failure, the haunting specter of poverty. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of possibility and decay. I remember the grain sacks piled high, their contents a lifeline for many, yet a reminder of how quickly hope could turn to dust. Rumors flitted through the streets like hungry ghosts, whispers of banditry and drought, tales that curled around the minds of the anxious. Trade is the lifeblood of our kingdom, Arjun would remind himself, yet every coin felt like a stone in his pocket, dragging him down into the depths of uncertainty. Then came the night, the eerie silence punctuated only by the distant cries of a child, the sound racing through the darkness like a haunting refrain. It was the kind of silence that wrapped around you, chilling you to the bone, reminding you of every fear that lay beneath the surface. I remember the flickering lamplight in Dira's humble abode, illuminating the faces of her children, their eyes wide with innocence yet clouded with the weight of their reality. Her heart clenched as she watched them sleep, dreams shattered by the specter of hunger that lurked in every corner. "Tomorrow," she vowed, "I will find a way." But the world outside was a cruel mistress, and hope felt like a feeble candle flickering against the storm. The night stretched on, filled with the haunting echo of lost dreams. Arjun's days turned into a fevered dream of deals and desperate exchanges, the currency of life weighing heavily on him. I remember him standing before a merchant, the man's eyes like cold steel, cutting through the facade of pleasantries, exposing the vulnerability beneath. You need to sell more, Arjun. Expand your reach, or watch everything you love slip through your fingers. The words were a blade, slicing through his heart, leaving an ache that reverberated deep within. And in the shadows, whispers of insurrection grew louder, the murmurs of discontent swirling around like a tempest. We are the backbone of this economy, the voices cried, igniting a fire in the hearts of those who had been silenced for too long. Dira felt it, the stirring in her soul, a call to arms amidst the chaos of stunted growth and uncertain futures. She was more than a farmer, she was a mother, a warrior, and in that moment, the weight of her dreams collided with the harsh reality of her existence, igniting a spark that demanded to be unleashed. I remember the world holding its breath, the palpable tension thick as the air before a storm. The marketplace, once vibrant, now felt like a battleground, merchants and farmers converging, their voices rising like a tidal wave. We need fair trade. We need justice, they cried, hearts pounding in unison, a cacophony of raw emotion that threatened to fracture the very foundation of their world. And in that moment, as Dira and Arjun stood on opposite sides of the fray, their eyes locked in a silent battle of wills, the air crackled with unspoken truths. What will we become? Arjun thought, the weight of his choices pressing down on him like an anvil. And Dira felt the answer stirring within her, a primal instinct to fight, to protect, to nurture, a promise to her children and to herself. In that sea of humanity, the pulse of the Mauryan economy throbbed with life and death, with hope and despair, each heartbeat intertwining with the others, a living tapestry of existence. The currency of their lives was not just metal or grain, it was resilience, it was love, it was the fierce determination to rise from the ashes of hardship. And as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting the world in a haunting twilight, the final pieces of the puzzle began to shift, each moment fraught with tension, each heartbeat a countdown to the inevitable explosion of emotions yet to come. As the stars blinked to life, they bore witness to a clash of dreams and realities, a confrontation that would echo through the annals of history. In the heart of the night, a figure stands silhouetted against the flickering torchlight, his breath visible in the chill that thrums through the air. Janak, a young priest, grips the ceremonial dagger like a lifeline, his knuckles white with fear. The temple looms behind him, ancient stones whispering secrets of long-forgotten gods. He can feel the pulse of 1,000 prayers, each one a thread weaving through his mind, tightening, constricting. He remembers the weight of his mother's voice, chanting the Vedas, her words a balm and a burden. Tonight, they feel like shackles. Shadows swirl around him, and he senses them closing in like a flock of vultures, hungry and patient. His heart races. There are whispers of a new ideology, a philosophical storm brewing that threatens to shatter the sacred balance he has always known. In a city where beliefs clash like titans, where the echoes of karma and dharma intertwine, Janak stands alone, caught between tradition and the raw, aching need for truth. Across the square, Veena, a scholar whose words carry the weight of 1,000 tomes, watches with wide eyes. A fire flickers in her heart, ignited by the visions that dance hauntingly in her mind. She recalls the debates in the courtyard, voices raised in fervor, the scent of incense mingling with the sweat of uncertainty. They talked of the one, the many, the nothing, all wrapped in philosophical musings that felt more like chains than liberation. She despises the shackles of dogma yet fears the void that shadows the unknown. What if the answers she seeks reveal a truth too terrifying to bear? Janak, she calls, her voice trembling like the quiver of a plucked string. The world around her dims, the laughter of her peers fading into an eerie silence. Janak, what are you doing? Her heart beats in sync with the pulse of the universe, a chaotic rhythm that drives her to confront the swirling doubts that envelop them both. He turns, eyes wide, caught between her desperation and the temple's looming shadows. I have to do this, Veena. If I don't stand for what I believe, what's the point? The words tumble out, raw and ragged. But what if your beliefs are wrong? Her voice is a whisper, a plea tangled with fear. What if you're sacrificing everything for a lie? Look around you. The gods you worship, the philosophies you follow, they're all crumbling. Can't you see? Each word pierces through him, unraveling the tightly knit fabric of his faith. He had always thought of the gods as unyielding, eternal, yet here they are, flickering like the flames before him. The night thickens, heavy with tension, as if the cosmos themselves hold their breath. Between them stands a great chasm, forged by the weight of their convictions, both desperate to leap across yet terrified of the fall. Janak's hand loosens around the dagger, the blade glinting ominously in the torchlight. What if, he starts, his voice a mere tremor against the backdrop of the night. What if everything is just a story? What if we're just characters playing our parts, and the gods are merely echoes of our own fears? Veena takes a step forward, her face illuminated by the flickering light, revealing the storm swirling beneath her calm exterior. Then let's write a new story, she urges, and suddenly, her eyes blaze with an intensity that threatens to consume her. What if we confront them? The gods, the philosophies? What if we push the boundaries of belief? The air crackles with potential, a charged moment suspended in time. Janak's heart pounds, each beat a reminder of what's at stake. He thinks of the faces of the faithful, of the sacrifices, the rituals that bind their lives together. What if the cost of truth is too high? Yet, what if the weight of ignorance crushes them all? From the shadows emerges Samir, a merchant turned philosopher, his laughter echoing like a spectre in the night. You two are fools, he declares, his words dripping with a dark humor that is both intoxicating and terrifying. To believe in nothing is to embrace madness. To stand for everything is to drown in confusion. You think you can change the fabric of belief? You're but threads in a vast tapestry woven by fate. Janak feels a shiver run down his spine. Samir's words hang in the air like storm clouds, heavy with the promise of rain. They all know the stories, the great sages who questioned the divine, the philosophers who dared to rewrite the laws of existence. Their fates were often sealed in blood or exile. Would they be any different? In that moment, a haunting silence envelops them, broken only by the distant call of a nightbird, an omen wrapped in wings. Janak closes his eyes, feeling the weight of history pressing down upon him, the ghosts of the past swirling around them, demanding to be heard. What do we do? He whispers, fear and hope intertwining in his throat. How do we break free? Veena steps closer, her spirit aflame with determination. We confront our beliefs, Janak. Together. We must face the gods, the chaos, the unknown. We must carve our own path. Janak nods, the fire within him igniting. The air is thick with unspoken promises, each heartbeat echoing the weight of their choices. As they step forward, the shadows writhe and twist, but they are no longer afraid. In the chaos of their convictions, they find clarity. With each step, they move closer to a confrontation that will echo through the ages, a battle not just against the gods but against the very essence of belief itself. As their silhouettes merge in the torchlight, they become the embodiment of a new philosophy, a daring act of rebellion, a hope that shimmers like starlight against the dark fabric of the night. The world around them trembles with anticipation, the temple a silent witness to their vows. They are not merely seeking answers, they are forging a legacy, a new narrative that will ripple through time. The flames flicker, illuminating their resolve, and in that moment, everything changes. What lies ahead is a cacophony of emotion, a symphony of beliefs colliding in a dance of creation and destruction. The night is alive with possibility, and as they step into the unknown, the cosmos itself seems to hold its breath, waiting for their next move. The clock struck midnight, and the air pulsed with tension as shadows danced along the marble halls, their whispers echoing like ghosts of the past. A single candle flickered, its flame a fragile heartbeat in the oppressive silence. Outside, rain hammered against the windows, each drop a memory, the sound of conflict, of treaties broken, of promises extinguished. Inside, the diplomatic envoy stood frozen, a fragile figure caught in the crossfire of a storm brewing both within and without. I remember the moment I saw her, Ambassador Ilara, her face a mask of determination marred by fear. She had come to broker peace, but peace felt like a cruel joke. I could feel her heartbeat sinking with mine, each thump a reminder of the stakes, lives hanging in the balance, families torn apart, futures drifting into an abyss. For Ilara, diplomacy was not just a job, it was the weight of her ancestors' hopes, carrying the legacy of a fractured realm on her slender shoulders. Across the room, a figure loomed, dark and formidable. Lord Eric, the envoy from the rival nation, exuded an energy that crackled like static in the air. His eyes were as cold as the steel he wielded, sharp enough to cut through the diplomatic niceties like a dagger. He had buried his emotions beneath layers of pride and anger, but I saw the flicker of doubt in his gaze, a flash of humanity that betrayed his calculated exterior. "Do you think peace can be forged in a furnace of betrayal?" he had asked, his voice dripping with disdain, yet I could sense the tremor beneath. I remember the tension creeping into the room, thick as fog on a winter's day. Ilara cleared her throat, her voice steady despite the storm swirling around us. "Without dialogue, we are but shadows of our former selves," she declared, her eyes locking onto Eric's like twin stars colliding in a vast universe. A momentary silence fell, heavy and electric, as if the cosmos had paused to listen. I could feel the gravity of her words pulling everyone closer, an undeniable truth that rattled my very core. But the shadows were relentless, they whispered doubts, sowing discord. I glimpsed the flicker of his past in Eric's eyes, a childhood stolen by war, the laughter of friends turned to silence. "And what has dialogue brought us?" "Only more bloodshed," he spat, his voice rising, echoing through the ancient stones like a forgotten battle cry. The intensity clawed at my insides, a visceral reminder of how easily hope could be snuffed out. Ilara stepped forward, her resolve shining through the cracks of fear. "We are more than warriors, more than instruments of destruction. We are the architects of tomorrow." Her voice filled the room, a balm against the rising tide of despair. I could see the flicker of something familiar in her eyes, an ember of hope igniting in the darkness. Yet doubt clung to the edges of her words, murky and corrosive. What if they failed? What if their hearts were too hardened to embrace the fragile beauty of peace? I remember the tension building, spiraling toward a climax that felt inevitable. The rain outside intensified, each drop a reminder of the chaos brewing in the world beyond these walls. Eric's face twisted, a storm of emotion swirling behind his steely facade, and for a brief moment, I caught a glimpse of the boy he once was, the boy who had dreamed of a different future. "You speak of architecting a tomorrow, but what blueprints do we have?" he asked, his voice a low growl, the echo of a heart still grappling with its scars. "A shared vision," Ilara replied, her voice quivering but resolute. I could see her heart laid bare, a raw wound exposed to the elements. A tapestry woven with threads of our cultures, our traditions. We can create something beautiful, something that binds us instead of tearing us apart. Her words hung in the air like a fragile promise, shimmering with the weight of possibility. Yet the shadows loomed, whispering doubts louder than her dreams. I felt the ache in my chest, the longing for connection, for understanding, echoing as loudly as the rain outside. As the tempest raged on, the atmosphere shifted, a charged current pulsing through the room. I could feel it, the moment where everything teetered on the edge of catastrophe or revelation. Ilara's hand trembled, reaching out toward Eric, a bridge of hope stretching across the divide. "Tell me," she urged, her voice barely a whisper, "what do you fear most?" The question hung in the air, a fragile thread waiting to snap. Eric's eyes narrowed, and for a heartbeat, I saw beyond the mask, the vulnerability of a man fighting against the tide of his own history. "I fear," he began, but the storm inside him surged, drowning his words. I remember the heartbeat of the moment, the pulse of our collective anxiety merging into one rhythm. The echoes of battle, the cries of the lost, reverberated through the walls, begging for resolution. Outside, the rain blurred the line between sky and earth, a reminder that life itself is an unpredictable tempest, chaotic, beautiful, and terrifying all at once. In that instant, I could feel the world shift, the shadows retreating, leaving behind the raw essence of humanity aching for connection. We all stood on the precipice of something monumental. The air crackled with anticipation, each breath a prayer, a wish for reconciliation. The storm outside raged on, but within those walls, a different kind of storm was brewing, one fueled by courage, by vulnerability, by the unyielding desire for understanding. As the candles flickered, their flames dancing defiantly against the darkness, I knew we were caught in a moment that would bend the arc of history, where every choice mattered, where every heartbeat echoed with significance. This was not merely diplomacy, this was the pulse of life, raw and exposed, teetering on the edge of despair and hope. And in that heartbeat, we were all connected, bound by our fears, our desires, our dreams. The clock continued to tick, the rain continued to fall, and somewhere in the depths of the swirling storm, a glimmer of possibility began to emerge. Would they grasp it? Would they dare to reach beyond themselves? The question lingered in the air, heavy and poignant, waiting for an answer that felt just beyond our grasp, like a dream fading with the morning light. The courtyard was silent, the kind of eerie stillness that precedes a storm. Shadows clung to the ancient stone walls of the palace like ghosts of forgotten dreams. There, beneath the weight of an oppressive sky, stood a young woman named Devi. She felt the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, a chaos of emotion swirling within her. A single tear streaked down her cheek, cutting through the dirt that clung to her skin, an unintentional testament to the world around her, one painted in shades of despair and loss. The air thickened with tension, a suffocating reminder that even a great emperor like Ashoka couldn't shield his people from the tragedies that brewed both within and beyond. She could hear the distant echoes of warriors' cries, the clanging of swords, the chant of violence that seeped through the cracks of her shattered world. The weight of history was heavy, but the burden of expectation was unbearable. She didn't want to be a pawn in this grand game anymore. She wanted to scream, to break the silence, to shatter the walls that confine her heart. "Davy!" A rough voice sliced through the air, drawing her attention. It was Rajan, her brother. His face was etched with worry, his brow furrowed like the crumpled tapestry of their kingdom. "We must leave, they're coming for us." But how could she leave when the only thing holding her together was this crumbling palace, this dying legacy of Ashoka's vision? She remembered the old stories, the ones that spoke of compassion, of peace, of a ruler who had once commanded respect not through bloodshed, but through benevolence. Now, that benevolence felt like a cruel joke, a fleeting memory lost in the cacophony of war and betrayal. "They won't stop until they have our heads." Rajan's voice was frantic, but within it lay the echo of something deeper, a love intertwined with fear, a bond forged in the fires of their shared past. He was the steadfast anchor to her wavering spirit, yet even he felt the pull of despair. "I cannot abandon this place," she whispered, her voice barely audible against the raging winds of turmoil. "It's all we have left." Rajan's hands grasped her shoulders, his grip firm yet tender, grounding her back to the reality they faced. "And what of our lives? Our futures? Ashoka's ideals mean nothing if we are dead." His desperation was like a storm, crashing against the walls of her resolve, and for a moment, she faltered. She could feel the weight of the empire bearing down on her, the disillusionment, the betrayal of Ashoka's vision now rotting at the core of their existence. The once unified kingdom was splintering into factions, fighting not just for power, but for survival. What had they become in this ceaseless war? She thought of the monks in their saffron robes, the reminders of a time when the world seemed brighter, when Ashoka roamed the lands, spreading a message of peace, a dream that had sparkled like 1,000 stars against the night sky. But now, those stars flickered weakly, suffocated by the clouds of greed and ambition. She remembered the moment they took away his edicts, the words carved into stone now defaced by blood and betrayal. "I remember," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I remember when we believed in something greater than ourselves. And what do we believe in now?" Rajan shouted, the raw emotion in his voice unraveling her tightly wound heart. "What do we fight for? Ashoka is a ghost, Davy. He is dead. His influence has rotted, and we fight for the ashes of his dream," she cut in, her voice rising, fierce and unyielding. "If we lose faith, we lose everything. Can't you see? If we let them extinguish our hope, then they have already won." But doubt clawed at her insides. She could almost hear the ghosts of her ancestors whispering through the cold stone, warning her to tread carefully. They had witnessed too many betrayals, too many losses. The empire had grown too large, ambition stretching like a spider's web, intricate yet fragile, ready to snap at the slightest provocation. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet as a rider, wild-eyed and breathless, burst into the courtyard. "They're here," he gasped, his words spilling like broken glass. "The warlords, they come to raze the palace to the ground." Panic ignited in Rajan's eyes, and Davy felt the world tilt on its axis. In that heartbeat, time stretched, and she glimpsed the choice laid before her like an open wound. Stand and fight? Or flee into the abyss of uncertainty? But how could she run when the very essence of her soul was tethered to this place, to the ideals that once bloomed like lotus flowers on a still pond, now choked by the mud of betrayal and ambition? The weight of her brother's gaze bore down on her. She could see the desperation etched into his features, the way he clung to hope like a lifeline in the dark. And yet, deep within, she felt the flickering ember of resolve. If we go, she said, her voice steadying, we go together. We fight for Ashoka, for the dreams he ignited in our hearts. We fight for those who can't, but even as she spoke, doubt gnawed at her. Was there still room for hope in a world that had become so drenched in darkness? All around them, the shadows crept closer, a chilling reminder that every choice carved a path toward their destiny. Together, Rajan echoed, and in that moment, they made a pact, an unspoken vow to honor the dream even as the grim specters of reality swirled around them. They would not let Ashoka's legacy die quietly, nor would they allow the fire of their hearts to be snuffed out by the encroaching night. As the air crackled with the tension of impending violence, the shadows grew ever darker, ominous whispers curling around them like smoke from a dying flame. The world outside the palace walls was descending into chaos, and somewhere in that tumult, Ashoka's dream was fading. But within the hearts of Devi and Rajan, a flicker remained, a battle cry against the gathering storm. And thus, the struggle began, not just for survival, but for the very essence of what it meant to hope, to dream, to believe. The empire was crumbling, and they stood at the precipice, ready to fight, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead, no matter how dark. The night was thick with an unsettling silence, broken only by the distant echoes of a ruler's raised voice, a voice that once commanded empires but now trembled on the edge of uncertainty. Ashoka's breath lingered in the air of the palace like a ghost, an indelible shadow, heavy and oppressive. We'd thought his reign would be eternal, but reality gripped us like a vice, and even the most glorious of legacies could turn to dust. The darkness whispered of a storm brewing, an unseen tumult ready to swallow us whole. I remember the way the moon hung low that night, swollen and ready to burst, casting shadows that flickered against the cold stone walls. I stood there, in the heart of the palace, feeling the weight of the world pressing down on my shoulders. I was not just a witness, I was part of it, entangled in the web of ambition and fear. I remember the faces of those who surrounded me, their gazes flickering with desperation. My brother, Samrat, a man torn apart by loyalty and ambition, his brow furrowed, eyes wild with a fire that threatened to consume him. I could feel the tension in his clenched fists, the way he trembled, uncertain. He was my blood, yet in this moment, he felt an ocean away. And then there was Rani, my sister, a fierce spirit caught in the whirlwind of our family's legacy. She had always fought for her place, clawing through the shadows that threatened to engulf her. Now, as she paced restlessly, the flicker of candlelight danced in her eyes, defiance, determination, and a flicker of fear. I could see it, the way she wrestled with the weight of expectation, the burden of being born a woman in a world that considered her little more than a pawn on a grand chessboard. I will not let them take this throne, Samrat hissed, the words a razor's edge, slicing through the tension. I will not be a puppet, not again. His voice echoed, a dark promise that sent shivers down my spine. I knew the cost of ambition, but in that moment, I felt the surge of his desperation, a tsunami crashing against the rocks of reason. Rani stopped, her breath hitching. And what will you do, brother? Kill them all? Whispers of treachery swirl through the palace like a noxious fog. Do you think blood will cleanse our hands? Her voice cracked, revealing the vulnerability beneath her fierceness. She turned away, hiding the tears that glimmered like stars in the dark. In her, I saw the reflection of my own fears, the haunting reality that we were on the brink of destruction. The clock in the hall struck midnight, each chime a hammer blow, sealing our fates. I remember the feeling of time stretching, thick and sluggish, the seconds dripping like wax from a candle. It felt as if the universe held its breath, waiting for the choices we were about to make. I could almost hear the whispers of our ancestors, their spirits swirling in the shadows, mocking us for our hubris. The past loomed large, and the future felt like a chasm waiting to swallow us whole. Listen to me. Samrat's voice was a low growl now, the words laced with a dangerous intensity. If Ashoka's legacy is to survive, it must be forged in blood. If I don't seize control, others will, and they will tear apart everything our father built. There was a madness in his eyes, an ancient fire that ignited a flicker of fear in my heart. Control? You think this is about control? Rani shot back, her voice sharp enough to cut. It's a curse. The throne is a burden, not a prize. You're willing to sacrifice everything for power. She stepped closer to him, her voice trembling with emotion, but still firm. What of the people? What of our father's teachings? What of compassion? In that moment, I felt the weight of our family's legacy wrapping around us like a noose. Ashoka's ideals, the relentless pursuit of peace, faded into the background, overshadowed by our personal battles. Shadows danced along the walls, mocking the ideals we clung to. I remember feeling torn between them, yearning for unity yet fearing the fracture that lay just beneath the surface. The air crackled, charged with tension, each breath heavy with the scent of impending violence. I wanted to scream, to shatter the silence that enveloped us, to cast aside the chains of expectation. Stop! I finally managed, the word escaping like a gasp, a plea against the storm raging between them. We're losing ourselves in this chaos. You're my brother, Rani, my sister. We bleed the same blood, but we're tearing each other apart. And then the silence came, thick and suffocating. It wrapped around us like a shroud, every heartbeat echoing in the stillness. I saw it in their eyes, the realization that we were all trapped, each of us clutching our own demons. The choice loomed like a dark abyss, each path leading us farther from each other, from our father's legacy, from the very essence of who we were. Trust me, Samrat whispered, his voice now a fragile thread. This isn't about us. It's about the future. It's about Ashoka. But even as he spoke, I could see the gnawing doubt creeping into his heart, like a thief in the night. The weight of expectation was suffocating, an iron chain that pulled us all deeper into the abyss. Rani nodded, though the fire in her eyes flickered. And what if we lose everything? What if we become the monsters we fear? The question hung in the air, a specter that refused to fade. I could feel it wrapping around us, the cold tendrils of anxiety tightening their grip. The moon shone brightly outside, its silver light spilling into the room, illuminating the shadows where our fears danced. I felt the pull of time itself, swirling around us like a cyclone, the air thick with the promise of chaos. I could almost taste the bitterness of betrayal, the sweetness of ambition, and the sour tang of regret all mingling in the air, a concoction we had brewed ourselves. Do what you must, I whispered, my voice barely a breath. But remember, we will live with the consequences. As I spoke the words, I felt the weight of the world settle upon my chest, an unbearable burden, an unshakable truth. The night loomed, a vessel of dark potential, and I could only watch as my family stood on the precipice, teetering between loyalty and ambition, love and ambition, life and death. The darkness outside deepened, and the palace trembled with the echoes of the past, the weight of our decision still to be made. Time flowed like a river, and we were caught in its current, swept toward an uncertain fate. The air was electric, charged with the promise of chaos, the kind that had the power to reshape everything we knew. And in that moment, as I stood amidst the brewing storm, I felt the shadows closing in, wrapping around us, whispering secrets that we were too afraid to confront. The air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke as I stood, heart racing, at the edge of the crumbling palace. Flames licked at the sky, twisting like the souls of the damned, and I could hear the distant cries of men, wild, frantic, pleading. I had always thought power was a grand tapestry, woven tight with threads of loyalty and ambition. But here, in this chaos, I understood, power frays, unravels, becomes a tattered cloak worn by the desperate. I remember the moment Shishunaga, my brother, stood before me, eyes wide with a mix of fear and fury. He was always the golden boy, the one with the laughter that could fill a room. But now, that laughter was lost, replaced with a trembling resolve. We can't let them take it, he said, voice faltering as the flames danced in his eyes. He clutched the hilt of his sword, knuckles white, knuckles trembling. If we don't fight, everything will crumble. I wanted to scream at him, wanted to shake him awake from this fevered dream of glory, but the truth settled in my bones like ice. I could feel the cold creeping up my spine, whispering that this wasn't about honor, it was survival. Our once mighty lineage, the Mauryan dynasty, was splintering like dry wood. No one wanted to believe it. We were the heirs of a great empire, a dynasty that had stretched from the peaks of the Himalayas to the shores of the Indian Ocean. But power, I learned, is a fragile thing, easily shattered by ambition and greed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows grew long, draping over the bodies of those who had fallen in the fight for supremacy. I could see the faces of the dead, still and haunting, each one a silent testament to the fragility of loyalty. My hands shook, and the weight of my own indecision pressed heavily on my chest. I could still hear my father's voice, an echo in my mind, the tales of the great Ashoka, his compassion, his wisdom. What would he think of us now? What would he see in the ashes of his legacy? Go! Shishunagara urged, pulling me from my reverie. We have to gather the men. His urgency was a fire, and I could feel the heat radiating from him. But I hesitated, rooted in place by the fear that had taken hold of my heart. I had been trained for this, strategy, combat, the thrill of battle, but I was also burdened by the weight of history. Every moment felt like a cruel joke. I remember the faces of our people, once proud, now scattered like leaves in a storm. The whispers of betrayal swirled around us, tainting the air with suspicion. Each ally could become a foe in an instant, each friend a potential traitor. The grip of paranoia tightened around my throat, making it hard to breathe. I clutched my sword, but it felt heavy, a reminder of my failures rather than a source of strength. And then there was Devi, my heart, my anchor. She stood apart from the flames, her beauty radiant even in despair. I could see the worry etched on her brow, the fierce determination in her stance. You can't lose this, she said, and her voice was a melody that cut through the cacophony of chaos. Not to them. There was a fire in her eyes, a flicker of hope that clashed with my growing dread. It was intoxicating, yet terrifying. I wanted to pull her close, to drown in her warmth and forget the world outside, but the shadows loomed larger. How can we fight when we're already lost? I whispered, feeling the weight of her gaze, as if she could see the turmoil coiling inside me. She stepped forward, hands reaching out, fingers trembling. You don't get to decide that, she said, fierce and unyielding. You either fight for what we have or let it burn. Every heartbeat echoed in my ears, a reminder of the choices that lay ahead. I could feel the remnants of our empire slipping through my fingers, like grains of sand, and I was terrified of what I would find in the ruins. Shishunaga's voice broke through my spiraling thoughts, sharp and demanding. Now! We need to rally our men. The urgency in his tone snapped me back to the present, and I nodded, though the fear still clawed at my insides. I knew what was at stake. The last Mauryan kings could either rise from the ashes of our ancestors or become nothing more than a ghost story, forgotten in the annals of time. The flames cast our shadows tall and twisted against the cracked stones of the palace, mocking us as we stumbled forward. As we stepped into the fray, chaos erupted around us. The cries of the wounded blended into a cacophony of despair, and the clang of steel rang like a funeral bell. I fought not just for power, but for a fractured family, for the memory of our father, for the dreams of a future that felt more like a distant star than a tangible hope. But amid the turmoil, I saw Devi, her spirit unyielding, her fight igniting a fire within me. I fought to protect her, to shield her from the encroaching darkness. Each swing of my sword became a prayer, a desperate plea to the cosmos for survival, for unity, for the chance to reclaim the threads of our lineage. In that moment, I understood, power is not just a crown worn upon a head, it's a bond that ties us together, a fragile thread that, when pulled too hard, can break. And as I plunged into the chaos, I felt the weight of history on my shoulders, the specters of our forebears watching, waiting, whispering. The battle raged on, and I could feel the shadows closing in, but I wouldn't let go. Not yet. The fight for our legacy was just beginning. The night lay thick like velvet over Pataliputra, a city pulsing with unspoken anxieties. The air hung heavy, a dense anticipation, a silence that screamed. A solitary figure stood on the marbled steps of the great hall, shadows dancing around him like troubled spirits, illuminated by flickering oil lamps that barely held back the encroaching darkness. Chandragupta Maurya, the young emperor, felt the weight of 1,000 eyes watching him, their expectations woven into the very fabric of his resolve. He was a king, yes, but tonight he bore the burden of the cosmos, his heart beating in rhythm with the unyielding pulse of history. I remember the first time I saw a Jain monk, he murmured to himself, recalling how the man glided through the city, his presence both a balm and a burning ember. His gaze pierced through to my soul, and I felt, what? Fear? Awe? A yearning for something more. The memory clung to him like a distant echo of a forgotten song. He shifted uneasily, the whispers of his counsel swirling around him, their words a sharp edge, their intentions cloaked in uncertainty. The ideals of Jainism had seeped into every crevice of his rule, their doctrine of non-violence and truth spiraling like smoke in the air. Across the room, a figure emerged, Kumar, the emperor's closest advisor, his face a mask of conflict. Beneath his stoic exterior lay a roiling sea of doubt. "Your Majesty," he began, voice steady but eyes revealing a tempest. "The people grow restless. They do not understand." Chandragupta snapped, the words tearing from his lips like a wild animal seeking escape. "The path laid out before us is fraught with dilemmas." His hands trembled, and he felt the weight of the world pressing down on him. The teachings of Mahavira clashed violently with the realities of ruling an empire. Jainism whispered in his ear, urging compassion, yet he was surrounded by the braying of discontent, the clamor for blood, for action, for decisive strength. "The people do not want compassion, sire," Kumar replied, his voice a quiet rumble of thunder. "They want power. They crave a ruler who will lead them into battle, not one who will lay down his arms." He hesitated, the air thick with unsaid words. "They want a lion, not a lamb." The emperor's heart sank as he felt the truth of Kumar's words wash over him, the duality of his existence was suffocating. He saw the faces of the impoverished, the suffering, the lost souls who had entrusted their lives to him. Yet, Jainism's promise of peace entwined with the lifeblood of his rule, every choice carved his legacy, and the universe held its breath for what he would decide. At the fringe of the hall, a woman watched, cloaked in the shadows of her own despair. Anu, a devout Jain, had given her heart to the teachings of her faith. Yet here she stood, torn. The emperor was a man of vision, yet he wrestled with chains of tradition and expectation. She could not help but feel a dangerous thrill at the thought of a Mauryan Empire steeped in non-violence, yet she feared the world outside its walls, where ambition reigned, and survival came at a cost. "I remember," she whispered to herself, "the words a silent prayer, when my father held my hand and told me that the world could be different. That compassion would bloom like a lotus in the mud." She could still hear his voice, soft yet firm, the way he had believed that change was not only possible but essential. But now, the mud was thick, and the lotus seemed a distant dream. Chandragupta's voice cut through her reverie, coaxing her from her thoughts. "Kumar, tell me what must be done." The emperor's gaze hardened, a flicker of resolve igniting within him. "Tell me how I can make this work, how I can hold together an empire that teeters on the edge of chaos." The words hung in the air like a storm cloud, heavy and pregnant with the promise of conflict. Kumar's response was a mere murmur, but it crackled with electricity. "Your Majesty, you must choose a side. Either you embrace Jain ideals and risk losing everything, or you turn your back on the very principles that have shaped your reign." Tension gripped Anu as she stepped forward, the shadows falling away like a veil. "Your Majesty," she implored, her voice trembling, "the people need to see that there is strength in compassion. They need to understand that true power lies in the strength of the spirit, not the sword." Chandragupta's eyes met hers, and in that moment, the weight of the world shifted. He saw the hope shimmering in her gaze, but it was laced with a rawness that threatened to unravel him. The room fell silent, and in the depths of that silence, he felt the pulse of something greater, a connection to the people he ruled and the ideals he sought to embody. "I remember," he breathed, "the whispers of change. I remember the day I decided to forge a new path." The memory of his youth, of dreams untainted by the world's cruelty, surged through him, propelling him forward. but the fear of failure clawed at him, a grotesque spectre that would not let go. Kumar, sensing the shift, pushed forward with urgency, but at what cost? You cannot fight the darkness with light alone. Sometimes the shadows need to be confronted. The intensity in the room crackled with the heat of their conflicting passions, each heartbeat pounding out a rhythm of fear and desire, uncertainty and hope. Anu's heart raced as she thought of the delicate balance they must maintain, a dance of ideals clashing against the stark reality of governance. In that moment, under the weight of history and expectation, two worlds collided, the pragmatic and the idealistic, the fierce and the gentle. Chandragupta stood at the precipice, teetering between destiny and desire, a man caught between the echoes of his conscience and the deafening roar of an empire clamoring for blood. And in that silence, as the lanterns flickered like dying stars, it felt as if time itself held its breath, waiting for the emperor's next move. The darkness loomed, and yet, somewhere within the shadows, hope flickered, a single, fragile flame daring to challenge the night. The air was thick with the acrid stench of smoke and despair as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the battlefield. I remember the moment vividly, my heart pounding out an ominous rhythm, each beat a reminder of the chaos around me. Clashes of metal rang out like dissonant church bells, marking the death knell of a once great empire. Bodies lay strewn like discarded hopes, and the cries of the dying echoed in my ears, a haunting symphony of loss. There, among the fallen, stood Arjun, a warrior torn between loyalty and ambition. His sword, slick with blood, felt heavier than the weight of his choices. Each swing of his blade carved deeper into his conscience, and I could see the storm brewing in his eyes, a tempest of doubt and longing. He had fought valiantly for the ideals of the Mauryan dynasty, but now, with its remnants crumbling, the question of allegiance gnawed at him like a ravenous wolf. I remember, he whispered, his voice barely rising above the cacophony, the tales of unbreakable unity, of a golden era. His hands trembled, not from fear but from the weight of memory, of a time when kings ruled not just by power, but by the bond of kinship. But those days were long gone, replaced by the ruthless struggle for dominance. Across the battlefield, Leela stood, her heart a battleground of its own. A healer, she rushed from soldier to soldier, her hands stained with the blood of allies and foes alike. Each life she saved seemed to pulse with fleeting hope, yet for every soul she mended, two more fell into the abyss. I remember, she sighed, when I believed healing was a gift, not a curse. The moonlight glinted off her brow, illuminating the anguish etched into her features. The war had turned her hands into weapons of mercy, yet she felt powerless against the tide of brutality. As Arjun and Leela crossed paths, their eyes locked, a silent acknowledgement of the chaos surrounding them. They were both ensnared in a web of conflicting desires. Arjun longed for a return to glory, to claim a piece of the shattered empire for himself, while Leela sought only to protect the fragile lives left in the wreckage. Yet, the shadows of ambition haunted them both, whispering dark promises of power and dominion. "Join me," Arjun urged, his voice firm yet laced with vulnerability. "Together, we can build something new, something stronger than what was lost." The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. It was a seductive offer, a fleeting glimpse of hope wrapped in ambition, yet it came with a price, betrayal of the past, and the risk of losing the only person who truly understood him. Leela shook her head, her spirit aflame with defiance. "What we seek can't be forged from bloodshed, Arjun. Unity isn't built on bones. It's the voices of the people, the hearts of the forgotten." Tears mingled with the dirt on her cheeks, and in that moment, time seemed to stretch, the world around them fading into the background. The battlefield was a mere echo, their connection pulsed like a living thing, both fragile and fierce. Yet, without power, how do we protect them? Arjun's voice was tight, desperation threading through his words. He was a man teetering on the precipice, caught between the fire of ambition and the ice of loyalty. I remember, Leela's voice softened, and suddenly the battlefield faded away, leaving only the two of them locked in a dance of emotions. I remember the stories of those who tried to build kingdoms on the bones of the innocent. They became ghosts, their names erased by time and regret. Is that what you want for us? The air crackled with unspoken truths, and as the sky darkened further, a palpable tension enveloped them. The night whispered promises of ancient powers waiting in the shadows, the regional states, hungry to rise from the ashes of the Mauryan collapse. They were like ravenous wolves, circling the remnants of a once mighty beast, waiting for the moment of weakness to strike. With a sudden roar, the battle surged again, dragging Arjun back to the chaos. He felt the thrill of combat surge through his veins, the intoxicating lure of valor pulling him ever closer. "I cannot stand idle while others seize the power we need," he shouted, the fervor igniting his spirit. But in his heart, doubt lingered, an insidious serpent coiling tighter and tighter. And Leela, a healer in the midst of a war-torn land, her heart breaking under the weight of her choices, was left with a decision that echoed through the ages. Fight for them, or fight against them, she asked the stars, her voice trembling like the flickering torches illuminating the battlefield. She felt as if the universe had conspired against her, a cruel joke in the grand tapestry of time. Each moment stretched into eternity, and as arrows flew overhead and swords clashed, the gravity of their choices pressed down on them. "I remember," Arjun murmured again, a mantra now, "when we believed the future was ours to shape. But the future was a wild beast, untamed and fierce, and they were but two souls lost in the tempest. Would they succumb to the siren call of power, or would they stand together against the tide of ambition, against the shadows of those who would bury them both in their pursuit of glory?" As the night deepened, a chill settled over the battlefield, a foreboding sense of what was to come. The world around them was a kaleidoscope of terror and hope, and within that chaos, two lives entwined like vines, struggling to find their way, lost, yet never alone. And in the silence that followed the clash, as the dust settled and the moon rose high, the question echoed in the hearts of those who remained: what would rise from the ashes of the Mauryan legacy? It was a moment suspended in time, a heavy breath before the plunge into an uncertain future, a prelude to the emergence of new powers, dark and bright, yearning to carve their names into the annals of history. The air was thick with desperation, cloying like the scent of charred flesh. In the heart of Pataliputra, the capital of the Maurya Empire, chaos reigned. Shadows danced across stone walls slick with rain and blood, the echoes of clashing steel ringing like a dirge. I remember kneeling in the mud, the weight of my ancestors pressing down on me, a suffocating reminder of my lineage, a lineage drenched in the history of power, betrayal, and ambition. There stood Ashoka, his eyes aflame with a confusion that mirrored the turmoil around him. He was a warrior, but today he felt like a ghost tethered to the past, haunted by visions of glory gone wrong. The cries of the dying rang in his ears, a cacophony that drowned out the whispers of the sages who once guided him. "What have I become?" he muttered, chest heaving, hands trembling as he gripped his sword. Blood-stained memories flickered in his mind, the brutal conquests that had carved his name into the annals of history but left a stain on his soul. Nearby, a woman stood, Kaurwaki, fierce and relentless, yet fragile as the petals of a lotus. She was a warrior herself, just as capable with a blade as she was with words. But today, as the siege threatened to swallow them whole, she felt the weight of her choices crushing her spirit. "We can't hold them off much longer," she cried, desperation edging her voice, a plea wrapped in defiance. But Ashoka, her lover, her partner, was lost in his own storm of doubt. He could hear her words, yet they felt like echoes in a vast emptiness, fading away into the abyss of his uncertainty. I remember the first time they met, in a golden field where the sun kissed the earth with a warmth that belied the turmoil to come. Their laughter had danced in the air, vibrant and alive, a moment untouched by the heavy hand of fate. But now, under the weight of impending doom, that laughter felt like a distant dream, slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. "Why do you hesitate, Ashoka?" Kaurwaki urged, stepping closer, her spirit unyielding. "You are destined for more than this madness. You are the Emperor." The title hung in the air, both a blessing and a curse, a fragile crown that threatened to crumble under the pressure of expectation. He felt the pulse of history thrumming in his veins, a reminder of the legacy he was meant to uphold, yet each heartbeat screamed of the lives he had taken, the innocents caught in the crossfire of his ambition. I remember the shadow of the past creeping in, the memory of his father, Chandragupta, who had built this empire from the ashes of turmoil. The weight of that legacy felt like a millstone around his neck. He had fought so hard to rise above the chaos, yet here he was, standing on the precipice of annihilation, staring into the abyss of his own making. In the distance, the war drums echoed, a relentless heartbeat urging him to action. But what would he become if he picked up his sword? Would he be a savior or a monster? The conflict raged within him, as fierce as the battle outside. "You need to lead us." Korwaki's voice cut through the fog of his indecision, and in that moment, a flicker of determination ignited in his chest. "You are not just an emperor, you are a beacon in this darkness." And yet, the shadows whispered doubts that clawed at his resolve. He remembered the ancient texts, the tales of kings who carved their names in blood and ruin. Would he, too, become a spectre in the annals of history, a name whispered in fear rather than reverence? The thought twisted in his gut like a dagger, chilling him to the bone. Korwaki stepped closer, her fierce spirit igniting a fire in the depths of his soul. "Fight for us, Ashoka. Fight for the people who believe in you." Her fierce eyes bore into his, unrelenting, a storm of emotion swirling within them. He could see the desperation, the unwavering belief in her gaze, the hope that he could be more than a mere conqueror. The ground trembled beneath them as the enemy advanced, their battle cries rising like a malignant wind. He felt that weight again, the burden of choice pressing down like the sky before a storm. "What if I fail?" he whispered, fear etching itself into the lines of his face. "What if I lose everything?" But Korwaki reached for him, fingers brushing against his, grounding him in their shared reality. "We already have everything to lose. But if you don't fight, you will lose yourself." Her words were an anchor in the tempest of his mind, a lifeline amidst the chaos. He could feel the world around him closing in, the darkness promising to swallow them whole if he didn't act. I remember the flicker of resolve igniting in his heart, the way it pushed through the weight of his doubts like a flower breaking through concrete. "You're right," he breathed, the conviction growing stronger with every heartbeat. "For the people, for us." The words spilled from his lips, each syllable a promise, a vow to transcend the cycle of destruction. With a fierce battle cry, Ashoka lifted his sword, a symbol of unity rather than division. The call to arms echoed, reverberating through the hearts of the men and women who stood ready to fight beside him. Korwaki's spirit surged beside him, a whirlwind of courage, a reflection of the burning desires of countless souls yearning for peace amid the chaos. And as the clash of steel rang out, a symphony of desperation and hope, I felt it, the pulse of history, the twinge of inevitability, the weight of every choice made and unmade. The Maurya Empire was more than just a name, it was a living testament to the complexity of humanity, a haunting reminder of the ghosts of the past that would never fade. In the heart of the storm, under the watchful gaze of a restless sky, Ashoka and Korwaki stood united, ready to carve their destinies into the fabric of legend. And in that moment, I realized that the story of the Maurya Empire wasn't just theirs, it was ours, a tapestry woven with the threads of hope and despair, glory and ruin, eternally entwined in the dance of time. The air was thick with tension, a fog of uncertainty settling over the ancient streets of Pataliputra. Shadows flickered and danced like restless spirits against the crumbling stone walls, whispering tales of glory and despair. Hushed voices echoed through the alleyways, the pulse of the city thrumming with unspoken fears. In this moment, the world felt impossibly heavy, as though the weight of 1,000 years bore down upon its people. Amidst this palpable unease stood Anand, a young scholar, with ink-stained fingers trembling over delicate parchment. He could feel the heartbeat of the empire in his chest, a rhythm that was both exhilarating and terrifying. He had dedicated his life to preserving the legacy of the Mauryan Empire, a civilization steeped in both grandeur and brutality. Yet, with every stroke of his quill, he felt the creeping shadow of doubt entwining with his ambition. Would his words be enough? Would the stories of great Ashoka and his vision for peace echo through the ages, or would they fade into the abyss of forgotten history? Not far from him stood Kalyani, a fierce warrior, her heart a battlefield of loyalty and rebellion. She clutched her sword, its cold steel a stark contrast to the warmth of her blood coursing through her veins. Loyalty to the empire thrummed in her chest, yet a deeper yearning pulled at her soul, a desire for freedom, for a voice of her own in a world dominated by men. As she listened to the rumors of dissent, the whispers of those who sought to challenge the status quo, she felt an intoxicating mixture of fear and exhilaration. What if she could summon the courage to fight not just for her people, but for herself? In the depths of her heart, the question lingered, was loyalty a virtue or a shackle? And then there was Rajan, a once ambitious prince, now a ghost of his former self, sitting in the shadows of the palace, watching the world unravel. He felt like a relic of a bygone era, trapped in the golden cage of his lineage while the empire he was destined to lead spiraled into chaos. The echoes of war drums thrummed in his ears, a constant reminder of the impending conflict that gnawed at his resolve. Each day he fought against the crushing weight of his own expectations and the relentless pressure of his birthright. The empire's legacy was a tapestry woven with threads of triumph and tragedy, but all he could see was his own unraveling. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a sanguine glow over the city, the sky bleeding into hues of despair. Anand's heart raced as he scribbled furiously, pulling the threads of history into a narrative that felt ever more elusive. "I remember," he whispered, recalling tales of Ashoka's renunciation of violence, the edicts carved into stone that proclaimed a future of peace. But could mere words hold back the tide of ambition and bloodshed that threatened to wash over them all? Each moment felt like a ticking clock, echoing the urgency of their lives, the need to preserve what made life beautiful amidst the rot. Kalyani's breath caught as she stood on the precipice of her own decision. The weight of her sword felt heavier than the world on her shoulders. The whispers of rebellion grew louder, and the shadows of her ancestors seemed to beckon her forward. "I remember," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, recalling the stories passed down through generations of women who fought against the constraints of their time. Every heartbeat pulsed with the ghost of those who had come before her, urging her to break free. She felt the fire of revolution igniting within her, a blaze that could consume her entire being if she let it. Rajan's gaze drifted to the horizon, where the last rays of sunlight faded into darkness. He felt the pull of destiny, a cruel puppet master tugging at the strings of his life. He thought of Ashoka, of his choices that had changed the fate of an empire. But what legacy would he leave behind? Was he merely a shadow of a king, or could he rise from the ashes of despair and claim what was rightfully his? "I remember," he breathed, a mantra of defiance against the chains of expectation. The flicker of hope kindled within him, a spark that could either light the way or engulf him in flames. The streets echoed with the clash of ideals, the cries of the discontented blending with the laughter of children, innocent souls unaware of the storm brewing overhead. Anand, Kalyani, and Rajan, three lives interwoven by fate, each facing their own crucible. As the sun surrendered to the night, the city transformed into a cauldron, boiling with the promise of upheaval. The shadows deepened, and the air crackled with electricity, a portent of what was to come. The legacy of the Mauryan Empire hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of oblivion or rebirth. A sudden commotion erupted from the marketplace, a harbinger of chaos. Anand's heart raced. Kalyani gripped her sword tighter, the cold steel a lifeline to her resolve. Rajan felt the tremors of destiny quaking beneath his feet. They were all on the brink, poised to make choices that would echo through the annals of history. The empire was a living, breathing entity, and its heart pulsed with their shared struggles. The night loomed like a giant, dark and formidable, swallowing their hopes but also promising rebirth. The moment hung suspended in time, a fragile balance between despair and hope, loyalty and rebellion, tradition and transformation. The three figures stood at the crossroads of their lives, each heartbeat a reminder that the past was not merely a memory, it was a force that shaped their very existence. And as the first stars pierced the velvet sky, they knew that the legacy of the Mauryan Empire was not just a story of rulers and conquests. It was the story of every soul who had loved, fought, and dreamed within its embrace, a tale still unraveling, waiting for their final act. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a low growl as evening descended upon Patalipitra, the great capital of the Mauryan Empire. The air was thick with tension, like a taut bowstring ready to snap. I could taste the fear on my tongue, metallic and bitter, as the shadows stretched ominously against the ancient walls. The flickering torches cast a dance of light and dark, illuminating the faces of those gathered, their eyes wide with anticipation and dread. I remember the weight of it all, the whispers of power that echoed through the stone corridors, the scent of sweat and desperation mingling with the fragrant spices that lingered from the last feast. Historians claim that the Mauryan Empire was a cradle of innovation, a riot of philosophies and governance. But standing there, I felt as if I was in the eye of a storm, where ambition and betrayal swirled together like tempestuous lovers. There was Chandra, his heart a chaotic drum against his chest, fueled by the ambition that ran thick in his veins. He was a man of contradictions, his eyes flickering between brilliance and madness, ambition and despair. He had inherited the dreams of his forefathers, the magnificent Ashoka, whose edicts were meant to govern not just the land, but the very souls of its people. But Chandra's realm was one of shadows. He felt the weight of a legacy that hovered like a ghost behind him, demanding he live up to the impossible. And then there was Maurya, caught in the crosshairs of loyalty and love. She had witnessed the rise of the Mauryan influence, a tapestry of governance woven from the threads of war, philosophy, and ethics. Her heart belonged to Chandra, but her spirit whispered of a different truth. The teachings of Ashoka, the embrace of Dharma, called to her like a siren, pulling her into a depth she feared and craved. Could she stand by while the man she loved danced dangerously close to tyranny? The night deepened, the shadows conspired, and I felt the walls close in, reminding me of the tightrope they walked. Each heartbeat thundered in my ears. The voices of the gathered crowd rose, a cacophony of hopes and fears, each one vying for attention, a desperate prayer against the silence that threatened to swallow them whole. "Chandra!" Someone called out, their voice quivering, an earthquake of bravery in a land ruled by fear. The influence of the Maurya Empire, what will it become in your hands? My breath caught in my throat, the question hung heavy in the air, charged with the weight of history. The very essence of what the Mauryan Empire represented, unity, strength, and enlightenment, battled against the specter of tyranny that loomed behind Chandra's every decision. "I remember," he said, his voice a low rumble, "when Ashoka transformed from a blooded conqueror into a beacon of peace. But peace, my friends, is a fragile thing." A shiver of recognition coursed through the crowd, their hearts beat in synchrony, echoing the truth they all feared. What if Chandra, too, would be lost in the throes of power? Maurya stepped forward, her presence a wave that pulled at the edges of Chandra's soul. "You carry the weight of Ashoka's legacy, but at what cost?" Her voice was a melody, defying the chaos, a gentle but resolute plea that cut through the tension like a knife. "We are not bound to repeat the past, Chandra. We can choose to shape a future free from bloodshed." "Free?" Chandra spat the word like venom, his face contorted in a mix of anger and desperation. "Do you think that is the way of the world? To be free is to be vulnerable." He pointed to the stars, their distant twinkling like mocking eyes. "Look at them, Maurya. They shine bright, but they are alone in the void. A leader must wield power, not just wisdom. What will our enemies do when they see our backs turned?" I felt his turmoil, the way it clawed at his insides, yet the air quivered with unspoken truth. Chandra was a man teetering on the edge of darkness, grappling with a truth that could either forge a dynasty or shatter it into dust. The echoes of the past pressed against him, whispering of the great Ashoka, who had turned the swords of war into the plows of peace. But could he, Chandra, break this cycle, or was he doomed to be a puppet of history? The crowd paused, breath held in collective suspense. Around us, the night thickened, shadows twisting into grotesque forms, and I realized we were all trapped in this moment, caught between the ghosts of the past and the uncertain light of the future. Maurya's eyes searched Chandra's, a storm of emotion raging within her. "But what about the people? The very soul of our empire," she implored, her voice cracking under the weight of her conviction. "The Mauryan influence should be a light guiding us, not a noose tightening around our throats." Chandra's fists clenched, his vulnerability raw and exposed. "And if they do not choose wisely?" His eyes glistened with unshed tears, a tempest of fear and rage. "What then? Do we let them run wild, guided only by their whims?" He was unraveling, a fragile thread pulled taut, and I felt it deep in my bones. The air crackled with the tension of history repeating itself, the shadows in the corners of the room whispering promises of power cloaked in peril. "Then teach them, Chandra." Maurya's voice rose, a beacon cutting through the darkness. "Teach them the lessons of the Mauryan Empire. Show them strength lies not in fear, but in unity. In understanding." Her words were a balm, but the room was still filled with uncertainty, the walls holding their breath as they awaited his response. We could be great, I thought, my heart pounding with the possibility of what lay ahead. Or we could be a ghost story, a cautionary tale that echoes through time. And then, in that charged silence, a decision hung heavy in the air, trembling with the weight of an empire's future. What would it be? A dance between light and shadow, a choice that would ripple through generations, shaping the very fabric of the land. Would Chandra rise to embrace the Mauryan influence as a force for good, or would he succumb to the darkness inheriting the throne? I stood there, suspended in that moment, knowing the echoes of this night would ripple through time, binding us together in a story not yet finished, a heartbeat away from destiny. The Mauryan Empire loomed large, a spectre of influence, its shadow stretching across the ages, beckoning us to step into the unknown. The earth quivers, a deep sigh from centuries buried beneath the weight of time, and with each heartbeat, I stand poised on the precipice of discovery. The air is thick, heavy with secrets long held in the silent embrace of ancient soil. The shadows stretch like fingers, clawing at the edges of an age-long past, beckoning me into a world both haunting and breathtaking. I remember the first time I unearthed a shard of pottery, its surface cold against my palm, the intricate designs whispering echoes of a civilization that once thrived. In that moment, standing on the edge of a forgotten empire, I felt a tremor of connection, the pulse of history throbbing beneath my fingertips. But here in this desolate dig site, the tension crackles like static electricity, palpable and alive. Irun stands beside me, brow furrowed, wrestling with his own demons. He's passionate, brilliant, but haunted by the ghosts of his ancestors, their stories locked away in the earth. He mutters under his breath, each word a prayer, a plea for understanding. What if we find nothing? What if it all slips through our fingers? His voice trembles, betraying the fierce intellect that usually roars like a lion. I can see his fear, raw and unfiltered, a mirror reflecting my own. Keep digging, I urge, my voice a lifeline in the suffocating silence. The past is alive. It's begging us to listen. I can feel the weight of his doubt press against my chest, a vice tightening around my heart. Then there's Maurya, her spirit as fierce as a wildfire, yet as fragile as the delicate relics we hope to uncover. She stands a few feet away, her eyes alight with determination, digging with a fervor that borders on madness. But underneath that fire lies a tumult of insecurities. Her family had once ruled a small kingdom, their names spoken with reverence, but now they're ghosts, shadows fading into nothingness. If I can just find something that connects me to them, she murmurs, her voice a whisper carried away by the wind. Maybe then, I won't feel so lost. I turn back to the earth, compelled to push past the fear, the heartbreak, the overwhelming weight of expectations and history. My shovel bites into the ground, the sound echoing like a heartbeat in the eerie stillness. Each clump of soil that falls away reveals a glimpse of the Mauryan period, a time of powerful rulers, of philosophies that shaped the very essence of life, and of vibrant cultures that danced under the vast, cosmic tapestry of the night sky. Look! Maurya gasps, her voice slicing through the air, a bolt of electricity igniting the atmosphere. I stumble toward her, heart racing, breath caught in my throat. She uncovers a small bronze coin, its edges worn smooth by time, a relic of a trade network that thrived long before our modern conveniences. A piece of history, glimmering under the sun. This is a coin from Ashoka's reign, she breathes, or spilling from her lips. But instead of celebration, I see a flicker of despair cross her face. What if it's just a reminder of what was lost? What if it's not enough? The shadows linger, watching, waiting, as if they too are caught between this world and the next. I can see them swirling around us, the restless spirits of the Mauryan people, their laughter mingling with our hopes, their sorrows entwined with our fears. I remember the stories of Ashoka, the king who turned from bloodshed to compassion, who etched edicts on pillars like sacred vows. Every discovery is a thread, I say, my voice steady despite the quaking in my chest. Weave it into the tapestry of your past, Maurya. It's not about finding something monumental, it's about connecting to who you are. Who they were. Irun watches us, his eyes swirling with doubt and longing. He turns back to the earth, fingers trembling as he brushes away dirt, revealing a fragment of an ancient structure, walls that once echoed with the vibrant life of a bustling city. This could be a monastery, he breathes, the words of fragile hope. But then a shadow flits across his face, and he sinks to his knees. What if no one remembers? What if we're just digging in the dark, grasping at air? I want to scream, to shake some sense into him, but instead, I kneel beside him, our shoulders brushing against one another. You're not digging in the dark, I whisper, my heart pounding a wild rhythm. You're pulling forth the light. Every piece, every moment, connects us. Each relic is a voice reaching through the void. The sun dips below the horizon, casting the world into twilight, and the air thickens with the scent of damp earth and ancient memories. The landscape shifts, shadows stretching ominously, and for a moment, I feel the weight of the cosmos pressing in. I remember the vastness of time, the endless cycle of rise and fall, life and death, light and dark. The Mauryan Empire thrived, then crumbled, leaving whispers of its glory imprinted in the fabric of existence. Listen, I say, the urgency rising in my voice like a tide. Can you hear them? The voices of those who walk this land? They're not gone, they're woven into our souls. I close my eyes, breathing in the cool night air. The cosmos spins above us, a million stars flickering as if they too are watching, waiting. Arun and Myra exchange glances, a silent understanding passing between them. In this moment, fear simmers but fades, replaced by a flicker of purpose. And as we dig deeper, a rumble stirs beneath the surface, a pulse, a heartbeat from the depths of history. The silence thickens, the air electrified with promise, and I know we are not just uncovering the past, we are stitching our own stories into its tapestry. The darkness wraps around us, but we are more than shadows, we are a symphony of voices rising against the stillness, each heartbeat echoing through the ages. The Mauryan period is not just a date on a timeline, it is a testament to resilience, to the indomitable spirit of those who dared to dream, to love, to live. And in this sacred soil, we find not only the remnants of what was lost but the very essence of who we are, a lineage of hope reaching beyond the grave, entwining us with the cosmos. And as the night deepens, the stars pulse with our yearning, whispering the stories yet to be told. The air crackled with tension, a silence so thick it could suffocate. I stood amidst crumbling stones, the remnants of the Maurya Empire whispering their secrets, the ghosts of warriors long gone casting shadows on the ground where I stood. My heart raced, pounding like the drums of war echoing through the ages. It felt like the empire itself was alive, breathing down my neck, urging me to remember, to feel, to confront the weight of its legacy. There, in the heart of this ancient battlefield, three figures emerged from the mist of the past. Ashoka, the emperor, his eyes haunted with the weight of his decisions; Kauravi, a woman of fierce spirit, her heart torn between loyalty and rebellion; and Dhanvantari, the healer, his hands trembling with the knowledge of life and death. Each one stood at a precipice, caught in the riptide of their own emotional turmoil. Ashoka, once a conqueror, now a man grappling with the ghosts of his choices. He remembered the blood, the rivers of red that flowed beneath his feet, the cries of the dying ringing in his ears. I remember, he whispered, his voice a fragile thread, the weight of my sword. It was heavy, but the guilt was heavier. Each conquest had carved into his soul, a map of regret etched in scars and shadows. Kauravi watched him from the sidelines, eyes burning with a tempest of emotions. She felt his pain, yet a fire ignited within her. "You think your burden is unique," she shouted, the desperation in her voice a stark reminder of her own chains. "You wear regret like a crown, but I wear it like shackles." Her heart was torn between her love for him and the righteous fury boiling in her veins. An empire built on blood was not one she could support, but love blurred the lines, twisted the truths. Dhanvantari, the healer, caught in the crossfire of their conflict, felt the weight of the world on his shoulders. He stood with knowledge that could heal, yet he was plagued by the knowledge that sometimes healing meant letting go. "I remember," he murmured, "the cries of children, the silence after the storm." He carried the burden of life and death, a tightrope walker in a world where every choice could tip the balance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows danced like phantoms, merging the past with the present. They clashed, their emotions raw, each heartbeat echoing in the stillness, a drum signaling the impending confrontation. The Maurya Empire loomed around them, a magnificent beast that had once devoured the dreams of many, now a faded tapestry of glory and despair. Kauravi stepped forward, rage igniting her spirit. Do you not see, she implored Ashoka, the empires rise and fall, but lives are shattered in their wake. You speak of legacy, yet what legacy do you leave behind? Blood-soaked lands or a heart full of peace? Her words pierced the air, sharp and unyielding. She was a warrior in her own right, fighting not just for the empire but for the souls it had crushed beneath its feet. Even the trees seemed to lean in, eavesdropping on their fractured conversation. Ashoka's face twisted in anguish, the truth of her words clawing at his insides. But what choice do I have? I am bound by duty, by expectation, he roared, his voice a tempest. To turn away from the empire is to turn away from my people. Dhanvantari stood between them, the silent bridge over the chasm of their emotions, his heart aching for the pain they both carried. And yet, Ashoka, what is the cost of that duty? What is the price of an empire built on suffering? His voice trembled, a reminder of the fragility of life. You wield power like a weapon, but even the strongest must learn to heal. The moon hung high, a silent witness to their unfolding drama. The night air was suffused with the scent of blooming jasmine, a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing within their hearts. Kauravi's spirit soared and crashed like waves against the shore, her love for Ashoka battling her unwavering sense of justice. She felt herself drowning in the weight of her feelings, caught in a maelstrom of love and duty. I will not let your legacy become a tombstone for the innocent, she cried, the fire of her convictions igniting the night. Clenching her fists, she stood before the echoes of an empire, a lion ready to roar against tyranny. Ashoka's breath hitched, the clash of their wills igniting a different kind of war in his heart. And what of your legacy? He asked, his voice a whisper. Will you become the very thing you loathe? A ghost, haunting the halls of an empire, forever yearning for peace. Time felt suspended, each second stretching into eternity as they stood on the precipice of a decision that could shatter worlds. The clash of their desires reverberated through the night, a symphony of chaos and clarity, love and loss. Dhanvantari reached out, a hand bridging the divide, trembling but resolute. Let us not forget, the past holds lessons, not chains. We are not mere shadows of those who came before us. We are the architects of what is yet to come. His voice trembled with the weight of possibility, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for their response. As the stars blinked down, a cosmic audience to their turmoil, the echoes of the Maurya Empire loomed, a grand yet tragic monument to ambition. The air hung heavy with the scent of jasmine and destiny, as the heartbeat of the empire synced with their wild, racing hearts. Here, in this moment, they stood not just as characters of history but as the embodiment of every conflict, every love, every sacrifice that had ever shaped humanity. And just when the tension reached its peak, when the air crackled with possibility, darkness began to gather on the horizon. A storm loomed, eerie and unsettling, as if it had been summoned by their emotional turmoil. The shadows of their decisions were about to collide with the heavy weight of expectation. I felt it in the marrow of my bones, everything was about to change. The clash of empires, the struggle of hearts, the weight of history, all of it spinning into a vortex of uncertainty and hope. The Maurya Empire, a vast tapestry of ambition, suffering, and resilience, began to pulse with energy, a call to arms for those who dared to defy its legacy. The stage was set, the characters in motion, and the universe, with all its haunting beauty, held its breath, waiting for the next act to unfold. The air in Nanda was thick, a heavy blanket woven from the sweat and whispers of 1,000 minds wrestling with the weight of knowledge. It smelled of old parchment, burning incense, and that unsettling undertone of fear, a reminder that the pursuit of wisdom often invited danger. I stood there, in the heart of this ancient university, its crumbling stone walls adorned with the ghosts of scholars, philosophers, and seekers, where knowledge was a double-edged sword, glimmering in the dim light of flickering torches. I remember the clash of sandals against stone, the cacophony of fervent debates piercing through the otherwise eerie silence. It was a symphony of intellect and ambition, reverberating through every courtyard. I remember the way I felt, like an intruder in a sacred space, a mere shadow flitting between titans of thought. And yet, there was no time for hesitation, for even as knowledge flourished, darkness loomed. Ravi stood on the brink of despair, his heart pounding like a war drum. He was a student with dreams as vast as the cosmos but shackled by the weight of expectation. "I have to prove myself," he whispered, lips trembling. His fingers grazed the spine of a weathered tome, the words within seeping into his soul, yet the pressure to excel suffocated him. Beneath his ambition lay a tangle of insecurities, each doubt coiling tighter around him like a serpent ready to strike. And then there was Maurya, fierce and unyielding, her eyes burning with a relentless yearning for truth. But here, in the hallowed halls, she felt the gnawing ache of vulnerability. "Knowledge is freedom," she declared, her voice carrying through the air like a challenge. Yet with every declaration, her own fears clawed at her insides, the fear of being wrong, of being discarded like a forgotten scroll. "What if I'm not enough?" she thought, a whisper that threatened to drown her spirit. Together, they navigated the labyrinth of intellect, seeking answers while grappling with their demons. Around them, the shadows of their predecessors whispered secrets, tales of ambition and ruin, tales of men and women who had risen only to fall, their dreams reduced to ash. The very ground they walked upon had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, of knowledge that had forged civilizations and knowledge that had led to annihilation. I remember the night the sky darkened, clouds swirling like a tempest of despair. An urgent, clamoring chaos erupted as a relentless storm approached, lightning cracking the heavens like a whip. The scholars scattered, their voices rising in panic, yet Ravi and Maurya stood rooted, united by an unspoken bond forged in shared struggle. "Knowledge will save us," Ravi insisted, a desperate plea. In that moment, he clung to his dreams like a lifeline. "We will fight for it, even if it kills us." But Maurya, her heart racing, felt the weight of mortality heavy on her chest. "Or it could destroy us," she countered, her voice tinged with an underlying fear that gnawed at her. The tension between them thickened, like the storm brewing outside, a fragile dance of hope and despair. They were two embers, flickering in the dark, each breath hanging in the air, weighted by shared ambition and trepidation. As the storm surged, I felt the pulse of the universe quicken around me. Time twisted, fracturing into shards of memories, each moment a ghost, haunting and poignant. The clock tower in the distance tolled, each chime echoing through my veins, reminding me that every second was slipping away, that knowledge, like time, was both a gift and a curse. "Do you remember?" Ravi began, his voice barely above a whisper. "I remember," Maurya interjected, her eyes brimming with determination, "when we thought knowledge would shield us. I remember," he continued, voice cracking, "when every question felt like a battle, and every answer came with a price." The storm lashed against the walls, each raindrop a reminder of the world outside, chaotic, unforgiving, relentless. Just as philosophy had the power to elevate, it also bore the weight of condemnation. The very pursuit of enlightenment could seal their fate. I could see the shadows of doubt creeping into their minds, twisting their thoughts like vines suffocating a struggling flower. "Don't let them take your flame," I urged, though I knew my voice was just another ghost in the cacophony around them. "Let the fire drive you, let it singe your fears, ignite your passion." But the storm grew fierce, and I could feel the tension crackling in the air, thick as smoke, an impending confrontation with the very essence of their souls. The world outside had become a tempest, but within these walls, a different battle raged, a battle for identity, for purpose, for the haunting question that lingered in the air: what is the price of knowledge? They stood at a precipice, eyes locked, hearts pounding in sync, each wrestling with their own truths. The storm outside roared like a beast, yet amidst its fury, they found a flicker, a moment of connection that coursed between them like electricity. Together, Maurya breathed, her voice barely audible over the rising wind. "Always," Ravi replied, his resolve hardening into steel. And in that moment, as the tempest howled, they were not merely students seeking knowledge, they were warriors prepared to confront the darkness. The storm, a metaphor for their fears, raged on, but they stood firm, united in their resolve. I remember the weight of that moment, alive, electric, fraught with uncertainty. I remember the echoes of their heartbeat reverberating through the halls of Nanda, a testament to the relentless pursuit of knowledge. And even as shadows loomed and tempests swirled, I knew this fight would shape their souls forever, leaving them marked by the truth that knowledge is both a beacon and a blade, an eternal struggle written in the stars, destined to unfold in the heart of every seeker. The storm outside raged on, but their journey had just begun, and with every step, their paths entwined. The echoes of the past whispered around them, and the haunting spectre of uncertainty loomed, drawing them deeper into a realm where knowledge could either save or shatter them. The air hangs heavy, thick with the promise of rain, as the sun, a merciless overseer, bears down on the land. Dust dances in the wind, swirling like lost souls seeking refuge. I stand amidst the barren expanse of the Ganges plain, my heart thumping in rhythm with the distant drums of war. The ground, once rich and fertile, is cracked, a testimony to both nature's fury and humankind's relentless ambition. How did it come to this? The journey of the Mauryan Empire grips my very core like a vice, pulsing with the cries of men and the exultations of kings. This is the battleground not just for land, but for the very essence of life itself. I remember the stories whispered through the rustling leaves, tales of men like Chandragupta Maurya, whose dreams were as vast as the skies above. A king forged in the crucible of conflict, his ambition was not merely to rule but to carve his name into the annals of history. But the land he tread upon, the lush valleys, the sacred rivers, held more than the promise of power. They were laden with secrets, with tension. Each grain of earth bore witness to the turmoil of dreams and despair, a fragile balance teetering on the edge of oblivion. And then there's Kautilya, a shadowy figure lurking in the corners of my mind, his intellect sharp as a blade. He, too, wrestles with the land's duality, its beauty and its brutality. I can see him, pacing among the dust and debris, his thoughts a cacophony of cunning and strategy. To conquer a kingdom, he might muse, one must first understand its heart. But the heart of the Mauryan Empire beats widely, a creature of contradictions. The fertile banks of the Ganges promise abundance, yet its waters could just as easily drown a man's dreams. An empire built on the backs of farmers, artisans, and warriors alike, all bound by the relentless march of time. I feel the weight of their dreams pressing against my chest, a tidal wave of aspirations that threatens to sweep me away. They're hungry for change, for a better life under the vast canopy of stars. But hope is a double-edged sword, isn't it? For every dream realized, countless others are lost to the void. I can hear the whispers of the earth, almost taunting me. I provide, yet I can take away. The paradox of life unfolds beneath the scorching sun, and I can taste the bitterness of sacrifice in the air. And in this cauldron of ambition and desire, I stand with Dhananjoy, a simple farmer whose life is a mirror reflecting the empire's struggles. Each day, he trudges through the fields, the sweat of his brow mingling with the soil beneath his feet. He dreams of wealth, of a life where his children wouldn't know hunger. Yet each sunset casts long shadows over his hopes, shadows that speak of drought, of famine, of rulers more interested in conquest than compassion. I remember his eyes, dark pools of despair and determination, as he gazes at the distant hills, yearning for something more. Will my children inherit the earth or just its scars? He asks, his voice thick with emotion. I feel the tremor in his words, a raw, unfiltered truth that echoes through the fabric of the empire. It's a question that reverberates across time, a reminder of the fragile threads that bind us all. The land may be fertile, but it is also unforgiving, a battleground where dreams are either nurtured or crushed underfoot. As the sky darkens, the first drops of rain splatter against the earth like whispered promises. The Ganges swells, its currents angry and unpredictable, a reflection of the empire's impending chaos. I sense a storm brewing, not just in the heavens, but within the hearts of men. Kautilya's schemes begin to take shape even in the thickening air, the weight of ambition palpable as alliances shift like the winds. I can almost taste the metallic tang of impending conflict, a reminder that power, like the rivers, is ever-changing, carving new paths through the landscape of human desire. I remember the night when Dhananjoy stood at the riverbank, water lapping at his feet, his silhouette a stark reminder of the struggles that lay ahead. Is this the dawn of a new empire or the twilight of our existence? He murmured, staring into the churning depths. The Ganges, a witness to their plight, laughs and weeps in equal measure, a silent sentinel to both the glory and the agony of the Mauryan vision. And then, the clash of swords echoes through the valleys, the sound reverberating like thunder, mingling with the cries of the innocent caught in the crossfire of ambition. Chandragupta's armies surge forward, a tide of relentless fervor, and yet, in the chaos, I glimpse the faces of the fallen, fathers, brothers, sons, each one a story silenced, each one a life extinguished for the sake of an unquenchable thirst for power. The environment, once a nurturing cradle, transforms into an arena of despair. Nature bears the scars of humanity's choices, the verdant field stained with blood, the rivers choked with the anguish of those who dared to dream. The world spins on an axis of heartache and hope, a constant reminder of the fragility of existence. I can hear Dananjoy's voice rising above the cacophony, a haunting echo that lingers long after the swords have clashed. What is an empire if not a collection of broken dreams? In this seismic shift, I find myself suspended, grappling with the emotions that swirl around me. I remember the shadows of the past creeping into the present, a haunting reminder that history is never truly buried, it festers, waiting for the right moment to arise. The environmental tapestry of the Mauryan Empire is woven with threads of ambition and despair, a beautiful yet grotesque creation that mirrors our own human complexity. And as the storm approaches, lightning illuminating the desolation, I feel the heartbeat of the land echoing within me, a silent promise that this story is far from over. There is no neat conclusion here, only the throbbing pulse of life and the haunting question that lingers like the scent of rain: what will become of us when the storm finally breaks? The weight of silence fell heavy like a shroud across the ancient courtyard, a place once alive with the laughter of children and the rustle of silk robes. Now, only the whispers of ghosts remained. Shadows flickered in the flickering torchlight, and for a fleeting moment, I almost believed I could hear the echoes of the past, the clinking of coins, the murmur of conspiracies, the desperate prayers of those seeking salvation. I remember the chill that ran down my spine that night, the air thick with tension, a foreboding that clung like a second skin. In that moment, I stood with Arya, her eyes wide, reflecting the flickering flames, a young woman caught between loyalty to her family and the haunting truths of a legacy she never chose. The weight of her ancestors lay heavy upon her shoulders, and I knew she felt it, an invisible chain binding her to the moral decay of a once great empire. "What do we do?" she whispered, her voice shaking like the branches of the ancient banyan trees outside. "Run," I said, though I felt the words stick in my throat, a bitter taste of futility. How could we? The night was alive with specters, murmurs of past rulers, their ambitions twisted like the gnarled roots of that tree. They had bathed in glory and blood, and here we were, two souls ensnared in their web, desperate to escape the machinations of fate. I could feel the heat of her frustration, her fear, a fire flickering beneath the surface of her stoic exterior. "If we don't stand up, who will?" she shot back. Her resolve was sharp, a blade that cut through the fog of dread. I admired her ferocity, yet it terrified me. What choices would we make in the name of honor? What blood would be spilled before dawn? And then there was Kale, lurking in the shadows like a ghost of his own making. A disillusioned soldier turned mercenary, his heart a battlefield of conflicting desires, a thirst for revenge and a desperate need for redemption. The scars on his hands told tales of violence, of battles fought not for glory but for survival. "You think you can change anything?" he sneered, his voice low and gravelly, like the rumble of the earth before a storm. "Your folly will drown you in blood." "Better to drown than to live in chains," Arya shot back, fists clenched, fire flashing in her eyes. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. I held my breath, caught between their fierce wills, like a mere flicker of flame trapped in a tempest. "Chains don't clink," Kale said flatly, his gaze piercing through the darkness. "They strangle." He stepped closer, the stench of sweat and desperation wafting from him, a reminder that we were all prisoners of our choices. The Mauryan Empire fell not just to enemies but to its own shadows. The legends had warned us, great kings who ruled with iron fists, a potent brew of love and betrayal that poisoned their bloodlines. I could almost hear the frantic whispers of the ancients echoing through the night, their voices merging with the wind. They spoke of King Ashoka, a man who traded blood for peace, yet how easily the mantle of power corrupts. Was it not the whispers of ambition that had turned him against his own kin? Do you think he ever slept soundly? I mused, half to myself, half to them, knowing his hands were stained with the lifeblood of his own blood. Arya shuddered, and the darkness around us seemed to pulse. "I don't want to be like him," she said, her voice barely a whisper, fragile as the first light of dawn. "I want to be better." A heartbeat passed, then another, each moment heavy with the weight of decisions yet to be made. The world outside was oblivious to our plight, the stars indifferent witnesses to our struggles. Time slipped through our fingers like sand, slipping ever closer to an unseen climax, an inevitable confrontation that loomed like a storm on the horizon. Legacies aren't born from silence, Kale said, his voice lowering to a fierce whisper. They're forged in fire, in blood. Are you ready to burn? The air around us crackled, the tension thick enough to slice through. I felt my pulse quicken, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The ghosts of our choices loomed large, shadows stretching and twisting, threatening to ensnare us. I could feel it in my bones, the fear, the longing, the desperate hope for something better, something more. I remember the stories, I said, my voice barely escaping my lips, heavy with emotion. The tales of heroes who changed the world, who faced the darkness and emerged transformed. But I also remember the ones who fell, consumed by their own flames. We stood there, 3 souls intertwined in a web of fate, the night pressing down upon us like a death knell. The ghosts of the Mauryan Empire hovered on the edge of our consciousness, their whispers curling around us, urging us to heed the lessons of the past. Yet, in that moment, all we could do was breathe, feel the weight of our choices, and the haunting echoes of a time long past. Tomorrow will come, Arya said, a determined glint in her eyes. And we will face it together. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the dawn would bring more than just light, it would bring reckoning. The legends of our forebears lingered in the air, a reminder that every choice comes with a cost, that every path we tread could lead us deeper into darkness. As the flames flickered and danced, the ghosts laughed, a chilling sound that sent shivers racing down my spine. I could feel the past entwining with our present, the stories of the Mauryan Empire reaching out, pulling us into their embrace. We were on the precipice, staring into the abyss of our own making, and I could only wonder, would we rise, or would we fall like so many before us, swallowed whole by the shadows that danced just out of reach? In that moment, the night deepened, the air thickening with anticipation, and all that remained was the heartbeat of the Empire, echoing, relentless, as we stood on the cusp of a fate that had long been written in the stars. The sky burned a bruised purple as the sun sank behind the ancient city of Pataliputra. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and desperation, a grim reminder of the fading strength of the once mighty Maurya Empire. A lone figure stood on the crumbling steps of a temple, the shadows of the past cloaking him like a shroud. Ashoka, the emperor, his heart pounding like the war drums of a long-forgotten battle, stared into the chaos that had overtaken his realm. Clutching a worn scroll, a desperate plea for peace, he felt the weight of every life entwined with his decisions. I remember the first time I saw Ashoka. He was fierce, determined, yet as fragile as an autumn leaf. The kind of man who could command armies with a glance but was tormented by the ghosts of his own making. He believed he could change the world, mold it with words of wisdom, but the shadows whispered louder than his dreams. The cries of the people echoed in his mind, a constant reminder that governance was a double-edged sword, and he was bleeding from both sides. Across the city, a woman named Kauravi moved through the throng. Her heart raced, the rhythm of chaos matching her own. An ordinary citizen, yet caught in the riptide of power and politics, she felt the pulse of rebellion coursing through the streets. She was a mother, a daughter, a sister, bound by love, yet chained by fear. The cries for justice rang in her ears like a haunting lullaby, and she found herself standing at the crossroads of loyalty and defiance, her heart a battlefield of its own. I remember her eyes, deep wells of sorrow and strength, flickering with flames of hope. She wasn't just fighting for herself, she was a vessel for the dreams of the oppressed. As she navigated through the crowd, her hands trembling at her sides, she rehearsed the words that had become her mantra: I will not bow. I will not break. But as the shadows wrapped around her, the weight of uncertainty threatened to suffocate her spirit. Then came the whispers, treachery, betrayal, and the promise of blood. As Ashoka faced the council, their faces like vultures circling a carcass, he felt the distance yawning like a chasm between them. Each word he uttered was met with nods that felt like knives, each agreement a step closer to his downfall. Compassion, he spoke, his voice laced with desperation. We must lead with love. But the council, steeped in tradition and fear, choked on the concept. They were guardians of their own interests, not the people's. And the city, oh, the city was a living, breathing entity, restless and angry, poised to erupt. Kauravi felt it too, the tension thrumming in the air, the crackle of impending violence. She could hear the murmurs of discontent, a low hum of rebellion that pulsed through the streets like a heartbeat. But she also heard the cries of her children, their innocence stark against the backdrop of chaos. What will I do if it all falls apart, she thought, a chilling dread settling in her bones. Every glance she exchanged with her neighbors was laden with unspoken questions, the kind that gnaw at the edges of resolve. Then came the night of the uprising. I remember feeling the ground tremble beneath my feet, a forewarning that something monumental was about to break. The torches flickered like wild stars, illuminating the faces of those who had long suffered in silence. Ashoka, standing at the temple, was a witness to the unraveling, his heart slamming against his ribcage. Kauravi was there too, among the throng, her voice rising above the cacophony. Together, they were caught in a cyclone of fury and hope, the air pregnant with the promise of change. "Let us not forget where we came from," she shouted, the words tearing from her throat, raw and fierce. "We are not mere subjects. We are the lifeblood of this empire." Her voice, a clarion call amidst the darkness, echoed through the night, igniting a fire in the hearts of those who had walked in shadows for too long. Ashoka watched, torn, as his ideals clashed with the reality unfolding before him. He was not a warrior by nature, yet the time for compassion had passed, now was the hour for action. The confrontation was inevitable. The sharp clang of metal rang out as soldiers, loyal yet conflicted, held their ground against the tide of the people. Ashoka stepped forward, an unwilling general in a battle he never wished to fight. "Stop," he commanded, but his voice trembled against the roar of the crowd. Each face he saw held a mirror to his soul, reflecting the despair he had tried to alleviate. He felt the weight of their hopes, their dreams, crushed under the boot of oppression. Kauravi's heart pounded as she locked eyes with Ashoka, recognizing the man who stood between them and their freedom. "You can still choose," she cried out, desperation mingling with defiance. The words hung in the air, electric and charged, the moment suspended in time. In that heartbeat, every choice, every path, unfurled like the legs of a spider, intricate and dangerous. But choice is a cruel mistress, and the clock ticked on, a relentless reminder that time waits for no one. The shadows grew long, and the night thickened with anticipation, like the silence before a thunderstorm. In that charged space, both Ashoka and Kauravi felt the stirring of fate, a collision of paths that would forever alter the course of their lives. Each heartbeat echoed louder as the tension tightened, worlds colliding in a moment that felt larger than life itself. This was not just a rebellion, it was a reckoning. A chance to redefine what it meant to govern, to lead, to love. And as they stood at the precipice, teetering on the edge of change, the city around them buzzed with a life of its own, alive with the promise of a new dawn, or the specter of despair. I remember the silence that followed, thick and suffocating, as if the universe held its breath. In that heavy air, the promise of transformation shimmered like a distant star, just out of reach. And in that moment, hope entwined with fear, crafting a tapestry of human emotion that would echo through the annals of time.